with all of you, as it came out last week, and I really wanted to tackle it last week, but due to other circumstances, simply couldn't. But happy Monday, everybody, and I'm glad to be back and with you all today. Now, YouTube has done all sorts of weird new things with their platform, which is making things difficult for me. I couldn't go live the normal way that I typically do. I had to make an event, and then the restreaming software that I'm using to go live on Facebook and Twitter made it more complicated, so I'm not even sure if people can see me yet. There we go. I'm starting to see the chat. It took a little bit for it to pop in here. The big question I have is whether or not I'm going to be able to see super chats. In this brand new chat. There we go. So, yeah. Whoa, it says that I'm live twice. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. There are two live streams. It says that I'm live twice. Doggone it. Which one is the one that's got the chat going on? For it to pop in here. Okay. So, I see two YouTube chats here. All right, so YouTube has got this new streaming events system, which they're moving everybody to, but then they've got the old YouTube Live, which is also active right now. So moving everybody to, but then they've got the old YouTube Live, which is okay. I think I can figure this out. Give me just a second here. It's two separate chats because I'm live twice on YouTube. This is hilarious. So I'm going to have to pick one. Alt Grendel says, test super chat. I am just now able to see it. Thank you very much, Alt Grendel. I'm just now able to see it because I've got the chat up. I can't see it in the restream chat, which is what I've been using. And then Kieran says, morning, Ox and all. It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Thank you, Kieran. And then Marion says, can you see the super chat? I can. Yeah, so it's got me live twice. Taz says, hey, Ox, hope all is well. And then Vladimir says, hi, Ox, hello, chat. All right, I got all of the chats now. Gertie the Grump says, super chat testing. Yes, I can see it. All right, so I'm live. The only major hiccup is that I'm live twice on YouTube, so whatever. At least everyone can see me, and I can see your chats. Good to see everybody on Facebook as well. Michael on Facebook says, good day, Ox. Hope all is well, with a donation of stars. Thank you very much, Michael. And then Matt and Spencer share me to their timeline. Thank you very much, Matt and Spencer. Jessica with a super chat on YouTube says, me and the hubby are celebrating 8 years of marriage today, Ox. Also, I was suffering from Ox withdrawal. Glad you're streaming. Well, congratulations. 8 years is definitely an achievement. And sorry for the Ox withdrawal. I had a lot going on last week, and I fully intended to do a live stream over the weekend, and then my brother came over and he brought his kids and the cousins were playing, and I couldn't do it. There wasn't a single time. So this is my first opportunity, and I'm live. I'm live with all of you, and I hope that we'll enjoy the latest DLC for Outer Worlds. Miwi in the chat says, Miwi hug test. Hugs, everyone. Thank you, Miwi. Wouldn't expect anything less, my friend. All right, let's get some coffee in us. Jocelyn Ryan says, afternoon, Ox, the succulent looks good. Thanks. So one of the things I tried to do over the weekend, since I couldn't stream live, was just share more photos of my life. And I showed off some of the plants that I've been growing. That was my quarantine hobby, by the way. I think I talked about it earlier. But earlier in the year, when around April, when the whole quarantine thing was going on, I started collecting succulents. So I've got 3 or 4 different cactuses, and I got 3 or 4 different other succulent plants. And one of them began to bloom. It bloomed over the weekend. And so I shared photos on Twitter of those blooms. And yeah, I'm pretty happy. I mean, most people kill their succulents from what I hear, and mine is actually starting to bloom. So I'm pretty pleased about that. All right, let me get a cigar and let's get going. All right. Here we go. Peril on the Gorgon installed. So, now to figure out how to get this to work. I should probably load... Okay, this was another side character I created for fun. There's Oxhorn. I probably shouldn't start on the last mission, huh? I should probably start before the last mission. Douglas Delegard says, you missed my super chat. Sorry, Douglas. Monitoring 2 streams here. He says, yay, I've missed your streams. Hey, Bud, and everyone. Hey, Douglas. Good to see you back, my friend. Milosh says, you mean that paprika-looking plant? Well, it's a plant I shared on Twitter. I don't know if it looks like paprika. And then again, I don't know what paprika is. Kieran says, Morning Oxenol. It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. It is. And I hope that we get much more Spacer's choice later today during the stream. Okay, so this is Brave New World. Okay, here's the president guy. Josh Bro Games says, my first super chat just to say I love your hat. Thank you, Josh Bro Games. I appreciate it. And here we are back on the ship, right? So I should probably load that one. Free Spirit says, hey, Ox, lore on Wasteland 3 seems to be very interesting. Any chance you'll make lore videos on that? Maybe. But right now I'm trying to finish what I'm currently doing, which is Fallout 76. Kieran says, start before the last mission. To start, head back to the Unreliable and talk to Ada. All right, will do, Kieran. Thank you. Milosh says, paprika equals pepper. Ah, well, the blooms were orange, but it didn't have any fruit, so I don't think it was a pepper plant. The man from Vault 69 says, start on ship, fly somewhere. You will get a package, which is the DLC mission. All right, well, here we are on the ship. Let's talk to Ada.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance?
Nothing.
Take care. I require a functioning captain to run the ship.
So, let's fast travel somewhere. Where are we now? We're on Tartarus. That's our quest. Let's go to Monarch. Oh no, we're on the Groundbreaker. We were going to Tartarus.
We're in orbit over Cascadia, Captain.
Now I talk to Ada?
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? See you soon, Captain.
Shayna says, any plans on doing Fallout 4 from start to finish? I would love to. A little short on time right now, but maybe sometime soon. Okay, well, I moved to a different planet. I talked to Ada. I'm before the final mission. Yeah, I'm on Brave New World. And it's before we go to Tartarus. So am I just too forward in the timeline? Do I have to take it before I get the Brave New World quest? Maybe I need to exit the ship and enter. Garrett says, I think you are too far into the quest line. Well, I mean, I haven't even arrived at Tartarus yet. All right, let's go back in. Go to the Groundbreaker, Ox, then you will get the package. I was just at the Groundbreaker. Package.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance?
Yeah. All right, well, let's go back to the Groundbreaker.
Captain, I'm receiving an urgent docking request from another vessel.
Here we go.
Greetings from the Halcyon Parcel Service. Delivery is guaranteed within standard margins of certainty. I've got a special delivery for Alex Hawthorne of the Unreliable. With your permission, I'll see it transferred to your ship.
Oh. What is it?
It's a parcel, sir.
Are you not sure? Are you sure it's not a package?
This is the Halcyon Parcel Service. We don't deal in packages.
Wait, what if I don't want it?
I am contractually obligated to deliver my cargo to the captain of the Unreliable under pain of fines, imprisonment, and censure by my superiors.
We only deal in parcels here. We don't watch your packages. The new guy says, hi, Ox. Glad to see you stream. Unfortunately, it's 10 p.m. here, and I can only stay for 2 hours. Good luck with the stream. Stay safe, and gar. I will. He's referencing my Twitter stream over the weekend. One of my children got into my Gary blocks and rearranged them to spell the word gar. Thought it was humorous. Ryder says, Brotherhood to arrive soon in Appalachia. Ox, Paladin, Romani, and the others. Hopefully our friend Atlas survives the homecoming. Yeah, well, hopefully. And I'm curious to explore Atlas now that the Brotherhood have taken it over. Maybe they uncovered more pre-war secrets. Michael Stim says, glad to see Oxhorn back in the Outer Worlds. Thank you, my friend. It's good to be back in the Outer Worlds. Adrian Parker says, hello, Ox. Glad to catch a Monday stream. Glad you made it here. For those looking for Disco Elysium, don't worry. We'll be getting back to Disco Elysium in due course. But this is brand new, and I want to tackle it while it's still new. Heather Wall says, just a tip. Thank you very much for the tip. I appreciate it. And then Josh Bunton with a very generous offering says, so Ox, Terror Mania tomorrow as a birthday present from you to me. And he's tipping me. Josh, I'll think about it, man. I mean, happy birthday. Happy upcoming birthday. It's a very generous tip. I appreciate it. You want me to play Terror Mania for Rage 2 as a special birthday present to you tomorrow? Maybe. I'll take a look at my schedule. We'll see. Just stay tuned. All right. Where were we? Well, if you're contractually obliged, then why did you ask for my permission?
That's the HPS difference for you. Service with civility. Stand by, Captain Hawthorne. An HPS certified distribution technician has deposited the parcel into your cargo hold in accordance with hazardous waste disposal procedures.
Douglas Delegard says, lol, just the tip. She said just a tip, not just the tip. There is a difference. And then Julian Z says, hi, Ox, great to see you. Just let you know they raised the level cap, but only by 3 levels. A bit underwhelming. Well, we'll probably hit that cap pretty soon. Riddles with a very generous donation says, hey, Ox, what's your favorite Fallout 4 DLC? Mine is Nuka World, and I love your Nuka World theme song. It's my alarm tone. I love it so much, but my roommates don't. It annoys them every morning. Great. And asks me what it's from, and I show them the path to the Oxhorn lore and videos. Well, thank you for introducing my lore videos to more people. The more eyes, the better. Sorry that you're tormenting them with my songs, but whatever. At least they're getting a chance. For my favorite, I like Far Harbor the best. I still love Nuka World, but I like Far Harbor best. Milosh says, I think Josh deserves this present. You think so, Milosh? Well, it would be for him, but for everybody, too. Everyone would be able to enjoy Terra Mania. I think I might have to reinstall Rage 2, though, on my machine. Well, I'll take a look. Oh, all right. So it's in my cargo hold. Whatever you left on my ship, take it back.
Scheduling a redelivery will require Form 232B Addendum 57G and approximately 16 weeks of processing time. Unfortunately, we are currently experiencing a critical shortage of blank forms. Thank you for your patience, and please remember HPS for all of your future parcel-related needs.
Sure thing, leave conversation, cut the transmission rudely, or make a rude hand gesture, then cut the transmission. Let's do that. Oh, that's it? We don't get any... Wait, so it's in the docking bay. Hello. HPS, Halcyon Parcel Service. It's like the Mojave Express. Is that a severed arm? Holding something?
Hawthorne, if you're getting this, Something's happened to me. Got mixed up in some shady business on Gorgon. Should have known better. But I landed on something big. And now this job's an itch I can't stop scratching. There's a whole research compound left to the Sprats. I think I'm close to figuring out why. But something dangerous is closer to me. Got the job through one Minnie Ambrose, top runger who just came into some money and was offering a hefty bid card for qualified help. Trust me, her money's good. Talk to Minnie. Take the job. If I ain't gonna live to see the payday, might as well be you. Consider us even, old pal.
Well, that fellow certainly seemed trustworthy.
I've gotten jobs from some unusual sources, but this is a first. Congratulations, Captain.
I don't mean to sound prim, Captain, but there's gotta be a better way to ask someone to do you a favor.
I just want to say, we gotta take this job. This is the closest I ever been to starring in a serial drama. Only thing we're missing is a couple of cameras and a soundtrack.
At least this won't be boring.
No Name says, Sisty Pigs. That's right, the Sisty Pigs are back. Heather Wall says, Douglas Downboy. I know. Jeez. I know, just a tip. It was just a tip. Julian Z says, hi, Ox. Great to see you. I read that one already. All right, so back in here. Look, listen. I'm pretty sure Montana, which is a great name, by the way, died. I think he's dead. That's probably his arm attached to whatever recording device that was. How it got sent to Alex Hawthorne, I guess we'll never know. But now we've got this mission. Let's see. Ada, what the hell is going on?
Lucky Montoya owed Captain Hawthorne a considerable debt. I believe this is what humans refer to as payback. Captain, the message contains landing coordinates for a small asteroid in the Charybdis cluster. It was recently registered to a Wilhelmina Ambrose.
Who was this guy, Ada?
He was an old friend of Alex Hawthorne's. Lucky Montoya had a statistically significant tendency to encounter situations of extreme danger.
Lucky.
Oh, really? I thought he lost his arm gambling.
He was also the fourth best paid freelancer in the system.
Only the fourth?
There are several hundred freelancers operating in Halcyon. Considering the numbers, Mr. Montoya ranked among the top percentile. This had less correlation with his measured aptitudes, which rank at or below average, than with a pattern of fortunate circumstances.
You mean luck?
Luck does not exist, Captain.
Oh, shit.
Nevertheless, I am programmed to agree with your assessment. I have transferred the coordinates for Ambrose Manor to your navigation terminal. We can travel there when you are ready.
Oh, this poor guy. Mr. Montoya, look at that. Can I take a screenshot? Is there like a idle camera? Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Is that new? I don't remember that. Sam didn't say anything during that whole thing, did he? Is there a way to take a screenshot? Main menu, settings, no.
Hawthorne, if you're getting this, something's happened to me. Got mixed up in some shady business on Gorgon. Should have known better. But I landed on something big. And now this job's an itch I can't stop scratching. There's a whole research compound left to the Sprats.
So that's pretty cool. That's a new audio holotape system that they've installed. So that was their way of introducing it to us, which means we should be able to collect more. That's great. Do they show up in our inventory in any spot? No, these are just keys and parcels. I don't see where the holotape would be. The ones who walk away from Gorgon. Codex. Oh, here they are. Sweet. So there's a brand new codex section called audio, where our audio logs go. That's great. And we can replay it from here too. Look at that.
Hawthorne, if you're getting this.
Fantastic. All right, inventory. Now, my character, I don't know why my character is wearing this really nice suit, but it's not the armor that I think I need. It was because it boosts my dialogue skills. Well, maybe I should keep my dialogue skills for now. What's this? There's a top hat. Leadership skills and persuade. I guess we'll put that on there for now until we actually get into combat. It's been so long since I've played this game. It's almost been a year. How long has it been? It's been almost a year. Yay for Sisty Pigs, says Jessica. Yay for Sisty Pigs, everyone's favorite new imbibable. Well, oh yeah. I think we did everything else before we beat the game, so let's go to Gorgon. Peril to the Gorgon.
I've shut off the visual feed from my ocular inputs in the captain's quarters. So you're free to disrobe whenever you'd like.
That's right. Creepy Ada, the creepy pervy AI. Almost forgot about that. Apocalypse Eternal says, hey Ox, I've been clear of COVID-19 and getting better. I would like to thank my friend Immortuous Ventaius for supporting, Venatus. Immortuous Venatus for supporting and taking time to help me while I was ill. He's a gamer like you and a great guy. Well, sorry you got caught up in that, but I'm very glad that you're feeling a lot better, and major thanks to your friend Immortuous for helping you through it. Okay, brand new area, Gorgon. Ooh. Ambrose Manor.
We've arrived at Ambrose Manor.
All right. Oh, now we get to decide who to take with us. Oh, it's always such a hard choice. Oh. They're all so great. How do you pick two? I got to get Vicar Max. Vicar Max is probably one of my favorite. I can't have Vicar? Oh, I've got to take off one of them first. All right, we'll get Vicar Max. Ellie, I mean, I like Ellie. She's kind of annoying, though, really. Julian Z says, Ox, talk to your crew. They have something to say. Oh, really? Oh.
Watch your step, Captain. The floor is wet. Sam recently mopped it here.
I could probably spend years fixing this boat, stem to stern.
Hey, cool. So you're right. They do all have thoughts on Gorgon. What are your thoughts on Gorgon?
It's a shame about what happened to that lucky fella. Maybe finishing what he started will help put his spirit to rest.
You've poked around the Unreliable. Ever find any record of Lucky Montoya?
Not a word. And I've been sticking my nose in every one of our stately ladies' crannies, stem to stern. Oh, law. That sounds untoward, don't it? That ain't what I meant.
Oh, Parvati.
Point is, Captain, Mr. Hawthorne left all kinds of scribblings behind panels and under consoles, but ain't a lick of it mentioned Mr. Lucky. So whatever they got up to in the past must have been really extra secret. And lots of fun.
Chininator says, hey, Oxhorn and Oxets. Sorry I'm late to the party. No worries, Chininator. Glad you made it. Kieran says, take Felix. He loves serial dramas. That's true. That's true. It would be interesting to see what his reaction would be. And then Julian Z says, Ox, talk to you. Oh, and I read that one already. Sorry, the two chats is messing me up. Okay, let me. How are you feeling about this job right now?
It sure is lonely out here on the edge of the colony. Anything could happen. And ain't no one gonna come to help us.
That's all that I could ask. Well, that's all about the Gorgon.
Alrighty. You change your mind, you just holler.
Change your mind about what?
You know, whoever wired this ship up had no idea what they were doing.
Have you met that automechanical clanking around the ship yet?
Oh, you mean Sam? He's just the sweetest, ain't he? A real charmer, my dad'd say.
Of course you'd like him. Don't know why I even asked.
You should try talking to him. You'll see. He's a hoot.
Let's leave. Oh, alright, let's find out what the other ones have to say.
Hey, Cap.
Let's talk about this Gorgon job.
Sure.
How are you feeling about the job?
Right now, I'm feeling like a canid following a trail of treats. Like I'm being misled at best. At worst, walking into a trap. Keep those eyes open, Captain.
That's all for now.
Hey, Cap.
Hey. Okay, bye. So she doesn't have a lot to say. Felix, I'm sure you've got something to say.
Just stretching your legs, boss. Good to see you, boss.
Got a minute? I want to talk with you about this business on the Gorgon.
So we just sat around a table talking about a severed arm. Of all the weird things that happened on this ship, that ranks somewhere in the middle.
It's not even at the top, huh? So what do you think about this Lucky Montoya guy?
You ever watch The Masked Marketeer?
No. Can't say I have.
Episode 5 of The Masked Marketeer. First appearance of a recurring villain. Big ol' galoot, built like one of those industrial-class garbage compressors. His name? Tiny.
Let him continue.
Every adventure serial's gotta have a supporting character with an ironical name. It's a rule of the genre. Masked Marketeer had a massive bruiser named Tiny, and we got ourselves a real unfortunate hullhead named Lucky. Coincidence? I think not.
Oh, we can correct his pronunciation. How did he pronounce genre? It's genre, right? Genre, Felix. It's pronounced genre.
Genre, right. Thanks. I read that word in a poster once. Never actually used it in a conversation. Anyway, where were we?
Sorry for... I feel bad about that. I was about to tell you... Well, let's not dampen his excitement. You seem pretty excited about this job.
We're freelancers. We take any job we can get. But this one? The dying message of a stranger. A severed hand delivered in a crate. Let's just say it beats flying around the colony running errands. So, of course, I'm gonna be excited.
Riddle says Sam and Max Ox. Well, they always make a great duo. Gemma says a week off, Oxhorn, and a cup of tea. Good times. Glad to have you back, Gemma. And then Zach says, not sure if you knew this, but just a fun fact, Parvati and Alloy from Horizon Zero Dawn are played by the same person. That did actually come up in one of my Horizon Zero Dawn live streams. Same voice actress. I gotta hand it to you, Felix. You've got heart.
Hey, I get it. Gotta hand it to me. Severed hand. That's what you were going for, right?
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't what you were going for. Yep, I can tell by the way you're glaring at me.
Oh, poor guy. All right, now what about you, Ellie? What do you got to say?
Something on your mind?
Let's talk about the Gorgon job.
If there's one thing you could say about Lucky Montoya, he was always at the center of a story. Guess this is fitting.
Wait, you knew Lucky Montoya?
Sure, like Ada said, he was a big name among freelancers. I met him at Lost Hope once. He was buying rounds for everyone and telling a story about one of his jobs. Pretty sure half of it was made up.
Why would you say that?
You ever get the feeling someone's just trying too hard?
I just take people at face value.
That's your problem, Captain.
Oh.
There was just something about Montoya I couldn't quite trust. He was always the center of a room, and he slapped a lot of backs to stay there.
Sounds like a nice guy.
Don't get me wrong. anyone's tolerable when they're paying your tab. Lucky was just better at selling himself than he was at anything else. I'm trying to say that if he screwed this job up, that's on him. I still like our odds. He may have had a rep, but you're more capable than he ever was.
Do we take the flattery or do we give it back to the crew? Let's give it back to the crew. It's only because I got a great crew at my side.
Yeah, well, just remember that when we get paid.
Ah.
What's on your mind?
And, any idea what happened to Lucky?
From his arm? The decay makes it hard to tell. Could be a lot of things. Torn off by something with big teeth, torn off by something with big claws, torn off by someone with a moderately sharp blade. Or maybe he just got too close to heavy machinery.
Tony J says, "Hey Ox, do you accidentally have 2 streams going on YouTube?" Yeah, I do. It's YouTube. I talked about this at the beginning of the program. YouTube is trying to move away from their stream now and push people towards their YouTube events. I don't know why. It makes no sense to me. But because of that, I'm getting confused, and I've got 2 streams now. One is the stream now, one is the YouTube event. They're essentially the same. But one really weird thing about it is I can't update the thumbnail now. They don't allow me to update thumbnails anymore. So, anyway, we'll get it figured out. Eventually. All right, enough about Gorgon.
Sure. Something on your mind?
That's it. Sam!
Battery levels are fully charged.
Oh, we can't talk with him? Oh, he doesn't have anything to say about the Gorgon. Bomber! Where's the Vicar? Vicar Max? Where's the Vicar? He's usually in his room studying or something. There he is.
I find myself marveling at the complex simplicity of the Fibonacci spiral. I'm sure you know what that's like. Something vexing you, Captain?
He's just contemplating the Fibonacci spiral. Max, what's your take on the whole Gorgon business?
Perhaps it's just my judicious nature, but I think we should be careful if we're following up on this lucky fellow's message.
John on YouTube says, Oxhorn, just followed you on Instagram. I always enjoy your videos and lore. They always put me to sleep peacefully. Game on and stay safe. Classy man you are. Well, thank you very much. And game on, back to you, my friend. So why do you say that, Vicar?
I've always felt caution as the best approach when one has delivered a message attached to a severed limb.
Noted, but what do you think of what he was saying?
He sounded lost, perhaps slightly untethered from reality. A feeling I know all too well. It doesn't strike me as a setup, but I still advise caution.
So you think we should still look into it?
Why not? It is what we do, isn't it?
All right, I'll talk to you later. All right, so the Vicar's on board. With the Vicar on board, I say we can go ahead and do it. Now, that leaves us with who to bring with us. I'm kind of bummed that Sam didn't have anything interesting to say. That makes me think that he might not be as interesting of a companion on this particular quest. I would really, I think I'm going to go with.
I think I'll initiate.
I think I'm going to go with Felix and Vicar Max, because I love Vicar Max. He's just such a great character. And Felix, he is really excited about the super serials and this being like a murder mystery or whatever. The only other one I really wanted to bring with me was Parvati. She sounded really interesting too, but you can only have 2. You can only have 2. All right, let's go. Wow.
Welcome to Ambrose Manor. We were not expecting company. Please follow. Do not stray from the path.
It's a
Do
mansion.
not stray from the path. This thing sounds exactly like Max.
Oh!
You gotta admit, that was kind of funny.
I've never seen a more effective argument against blindly following a preordained plan.
The drinks butler's down. Hey, guy, you okay? Oh, he fell. We're straight up exploring an abandoned mansion on an asteroid. It's like Sherlock Holmes in the future, I guess. Don't stray from the path. Well, is there like an elevator button we can push? Oh, yeah.
And help itself. Please do not be concerned.
Drinks Butler down. Sorry, guy. Shoot. All right, well, there's the big mansion. Let's see what's over here. Oh, man, I'm loving this already. It's been so long since I've played that I don't remember what's important loot and what's not important loot. Ooh, kitchen key card. Hey. Groundskeeper Journal, Volume 1. Daily routine. Sweep the Tranquility Garden for Mrs. Olivia. Oil the fish for Mr. Harvey. Repeat. Must be a mechanical fish, right, okay. When they hired me on as groundkeeper, I assumed there'd be grounds to keep. I'm not even allowed inside the manor. Everyone told me the Ambrose family keeps to themselves, but they're a bunch of hermits, save for the little one. Guess I ought to find a hobby. Mr. Harvey dropped his key card in the pond. I'll hold on to it in case he ever comes looking, but I won't go near the house. Wouldn't want to get between Mrs. Olivia and her research. Miwi says, shout out to both Tilly and Jessica Sharp for keeping her up to date on my compliments and hugs I give her. Oh, that's so sweet, Miwi. All right, well, we found a key card and a pickaxe and a shovel. Barred door. All right.
Query. Are you upside down?
Not me, buddy. No Name says, are you back to your normal schedule this week? Yes, with the exception that I'm going to be focusing on newer games. I want to get through Peril on the Gorgon. I want to get through Wasteland 3. Just like we got through Control. We got the AWE expansion for Control done. And I want to get through all the new games before we move back to Horizon Zero Dawn and Disco Elysium. And that's because I know that there's a new expansion or a new DLC for Doom coming out. And then, of course, there's Cyberpunk coming out soon. We got to make room. We got to get stuff done before these new games come out. All right, looks like we've got a Japanese sand garden here to explore. It's pretty. And it looks like a solar system. Tranquility Garden. That's what it is. The Tranquility Garden. Hello. Claw rake. Bit cartridges in the dirt. Oh, great. So random pieces of dirt can have money in them? Yep. We gotta pay attention to this dirt. Any more dirt? Yep. Ooh. Raking in the bits. Talk about tranquility. Any more dirt? I think that's it. I think we got all the bit cartridges. The door of the manor.
Wow, Ambrose Manor. Hey, you think it's haunted? I bet it's haunted.
Oh, it's totally gonna be haunted.
People will go to extraordinary lengths to define themselves, won't they? This is just a facade to hide behind.
Max, you pretentious jerk. I love Max. He's so awful. All right, what is this? Here are the fish. Hey. Oh, wow. Saltuna Pond. They're not even in fake water. They're on a track. They're train fish. Oh, that's great. Nothing. All right, let's go, fellas. Wait, there's something on this plateau over here. Let's see what's on that plateau. Mai says, I got 2 different notifications with one saying Horizon. Weird. Yeah, I'm still trying to shake the gremlins out of YouTube's updated live streaming system. I'll get them shaken out in time for next stream. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Pocket Watch, hey. Oh. Ken says it's a Formula Saltuna race. That's what it looks like. Saltuna are racing. Robin says, lost 3 loved ones in 2 months. It's okay and thanks, but it's time to tell people. I love that you brought me so much joy with your work. I love you, man. Stay safe. And then she donated some stars. Thank you so much, Robin. So sorry to hear about your loss, but I'm grateful to have you on the program. Thank you very much for your generosity. All right, front door. Hello.
This place looks kind of sad. Like it's been waiting for someone to make a home out of it.
This place has the distinct feeling of a crypt.
Is it just me or am I getting a bit of screen tearing? Hey, it's a janitor. Hello? No? Oh, it's another chef guy. Hi. Chef bot? No. All right, let's be methodical here. First floor first. Let's go clockwise. Bar door, staircase up, room. This looks like a dining room. Strange place for a dining room on the main floor. Food service mechanical. Unlock with the kitchen key card. Hey, we've got that. Use terminal. We'll use the terminal first. GK420 with a pear sticker. A dancing pear sticker on YouTube. Thank you very much. GK420. Spacer's Choice. Spacer's Choice handguns. Body counts at a discount. Domestic automechanical routines. Main menu. 1. Logs. 1. Recent activity. User W. Ambrose attempted to log into the system. Final attempt failed. Locking terminal for 5 days. And then we see that W. Ambrose tried that once, twice. Then, after routine maintenance, O. Ambrose activated dinner time protocol. Meal was woolly loaf. H. Ambrose activated dinner time protocol. Meal was triple kale salad. And then O. Ambrose activated dinner time protocol. Meal was borscht roast. Corruption detected in earlier logs, omitting corrupted entries. Now look at the dates, however. These events are 3146. That's the earliest. And the latest is 37 1,727. So we're talking years. Hundreds of thousands. If each of these is a day, we're talking a very, very long time between H and O Ambrose activating dinner time protocols and W Ambrose attempting to log back into the system. What happened during that time? We can take a look at the pantry list. Automated check was error, null date defined. Saltuna fillets, stock is spoiled. Please replenish. The same is true for woolly cow and mock apples, but there are 13 cans of Borston beans and 9 bottles of mock apple shake. Let's return to route. And that's it. An exit. Let's use the key. Shh. Woolly curds. Man, the food in this game is just so appetizing. Pancake batter. A door we cannot access. Borst pockets. Glacier water. Woolly fillet. And we've got booze. Is that all that was in here? Mock apple shake. I can't believe it's not Borst. Oh, hey. I think we found something here. Uh-oh. I think we're going behind the screen here. Should we be exploring the rest of the manor first?
I had a nightmare about this sort of thing once. Crawling around on my hands and knees inside a mansion, I mean.
Secret tunnel. Interesting architectural choice.
What have we found here? Oh. I can't pick that lock. I'm only at 110, and I need 150. Let's see. Stealth skills and determination. Is that enough? No, that puts me up to 130. Really, I can't pick. Oh, maybe I can still pick it, but I waste more lockpicks. Nope. Well, it only has 105-bit cartridges, so it's not like I need it. What is over there? What is that thing? Looks like a hologram is being projected onto it. Cigarette lighter, mock apple shake, corruption or corporation service award. Oops, got that wrong. Hey, pick up master bedroom key card. And then what's this? Another corporation service award. Nice. Let's see what's on the terminal here. Personal terminal, Dr. Olivia Ambrose. So now we know who O. Ambrose was. Along that wilderness of glass, no swellings tell that winds may be. Upon some far-off happier sea, no heavings hint that winds have been. On seas less hideously serene. EAP. Main menu, we can log in. Select a user, Ambrose. 1. Logs. Please select from the following options, displaying 5 total entries. These span decades, as going all the way back to 2324. That's the earliest one. Let's try that. February 1st, 2324. This morning I gave birth to a healthy child. Perhaps that's a strange distinction to call her healthy, but after all I've endured to finally meet her, it matters. That she exists at all, against all odds, matters. I will call her Wilhelmina. Or should that be Wilhelmina? Is that how you pronounce it? Wilhelmina? After my late brother Wilhelm. I hope the law is kinder to her than it was to him. I hope for many things truthfully, that she be smart and shrewd, that she be strong, relentless, undeniable. Most of all, I hope for her a steel spine, that she does not bend when Halcyon would break her, that she should be stronger than I. Return to logs. Let's try this one. March 17th, 2324. I must find Minnie a wet nurse. She demands to be fed throughout the day and night, and I simply cannot get a single thing done. So she calls Wilhelmina Minnie for short. The nurse will need to be exceptional, smart, educated, of means. Minnie must have the best start if she's going to survive the pit of vipers that is the Byzantium elite. Then there is the matter of a governess. I can't watch the child constantly, not if I'm to do my work. How soon must I begin looking? Naturally, she'll have to be exceptional as well, and exceptional Byzantines don't exactly grow on trees. I will persuade Harvey to investigate this for me. The man has little else to do. Jocelyn says, may not be the superstar cop, but excited to watch you play the DLC with the hubby. Well, Jocelyn, thanks for stopping by. We'll pick up with Disco Elysium in a bit, but for now, Peril on the Gorgon. All right, so those two were on the same year. She gave birth, and she wanted to get a wet nurse and a governess, or a tutor. Next, we move forward in time by quite a few years to November 22nd, 2329. I don't understand how anyone of ambition has time to keep a journal. I certainly don't, yet here I am, indulging myself. Minnie's influence, no doubt. Her behavior concerns me. She's clingy, emotional. At 5, she should be starting to show some personality, not crying for her mother when I leave for another stint on Gorgon. This must be the fault of Marie, her governess, as Minnie certainly didn't learn this behavior from me. I'll have to fire the woman. It's clear she's not capable of instilling in Minnie a correct understanding of how to behave. Harvey despairs of ever finding a governess who meets my preposterous standards. He and I went in circles on the issue for hours, but he came around to my thinking eventually. Why shouldn't I want what's best for my daughter? Maybe I'll fire him too. Oh dear. Several years later, I'm at my wit's end with Minnie. At 13, she should have already mastered basic chemistry, physics, and mathematics, but she can barely handle long division. She struggles to remember the simplest equations and formulas. No matter how many times her governess raps her knuckles, by the time I was her age, I'd already made dynamite in my grandfather's laboratory. The only thing Minnie's making explode is my head. Her father asked why we don't just send her to boarding school, but I abhor the thought of her surrounded by those coddled idiots. More alarming still, she's begun to show an interest in romance serials and painting. She may have a strong grasp of color theory, and she shows some promise with watercolors, but surely that's the result of her education in spectroscopy. Not any innate skill. What value has art anyway? Oh, this woman. She gave me a truly dreadful painting of Francis this morning, and I haven't a clue what to do with it. Perhaps I'll stuff it in my desk. We'll have a good laugh over it when she's grown and finally come to her senses. Jeez, this is her mother. Golly. All right, April 28th. Lucien appeared at the Manor this morning. I thought him here for me, to finally wring my neck after our latest tiff, but no, it was much worse than that. He'd come to speak to Minnie. No need to guess why. She's taken it upon herself to manage the household these last few years, since neither her father nor I have the time or, frankly, inclination. Under her watch, the staff productivity has increased 35% while reducing our costs an astonishingly 67%. We've saved tens of thousands of bits. Harvey tipped Lucien off, I expect. Now he wants to bring her on to help manage the Gorgon facilities, which I refused over Minnie's vociferous protestations. She cried after he'd left. I only wish I could tell her why. So, she's not a scientist. She's not a mathematician. She's good at art, and she has good business acumen. So her parents began to use her as a household manager while they went off to do their work upon the Gorgon. But their boss, this Lucian, heard that their daughter was a good business manager and tried to hire her, but the mother said no. Trying to save her from something? But what? Mega Glow Z says, just stopping by, playing this as well. I'll watch yours after. Have fun. Thank you, Mega Glow Z. Then we can pass a hack check of 90 to view deleted logs. Here we go. 2 deleted logs. October 14th, 2348. How did I raise such a willful daughter? She's no longer requesting to join the project, but demanding. I'm ready. I can help you. It's what I want. She doesn't know what she's asking. Gorgon is not safe. Compound X is in the air. It's infected the water and the food. It's no longer just the test subjects and the laboratory techs in danger now. Even the general staff are beginning to feel its effects. Even I can feel it. I'm tied up in knots. I know what I must do. The only way I can persuade her away, but it'll kill me to do it. Minnie, I'll say, you just don't have what it takes. You're too shallow, too simple, too weak. She'll hate me for it. I'm sure it will destroy her, but it'll work. She'll be safe, and that's all I care about now. And then, January 3rd, 2350, Harvey is gone. His body's still alive, but the man I married is dead. He broke into my office and stole the last of my release candidate ampules, busted the door to splinters in his withdrawal fury. I chartered a shuttle to bring him to the facility for medical care, even convinced Priantha to oversee the transfer. He didn't want to, was worried it wasn't safe, but I begged him. Harvey killed the shuttle crew, Priantha too. But the shuttle wouldn't take off without its pilot, and I couldn't stop his raging, so I left the ship on the landing pad for days, watched him tear it to pieces with his bare hands. He lost a lot of blood. I brought him inside once he'd finally passed out and shoved him into a stasis solution tube. My work did this to him. Mine. Me. I did this. I'll tell Lucian. Surely now he'll delay the release. Surely after this. Ooh. The plot thickens. Now I wonder if there's any more significance we can get out of this poem she wrote. Along that wilderness of glass, no swellings tell that winds may be upon some far-off happier sea. No heavings hint that winds have been on seas less hideously serene. That's Edgar Allan Poe then, so that wasn't written by her. All right. Wow. Let's go. Oh no, am I encumbered? Is that why I can't run? Or is it because I'm in a small space? Am I encumbered? Yep, I am. Shoot. It's all those... Doggone. I should have... Maybe there's armor I can do to increase my weight. Carrying capacity. Block, stealth, one-handed melee. These are all helmets for passing skill checks. Well, let's drop some of this stuff. Can I sort by, Oh. Repair all equipped items for 23 weapon yeah. That brings us still. We're over. Let's drink it. How about that? Use. Glacial Age. Let's drink that. Woolly Curds. That's 0.3. That's also 0.3. Let's drop it. Where's my junk at? Those are mods. That's my junk. No, I don't have a lot of junk on my... That's my junk. Okay. That's half a pound right there. That's a whole pound. Pneumatic piston. Well... Mike says, awesome. I've been waiting with excitement for you to do this DLC. Go Oxets. Thank you, Mike. Okay, we've got a door to the east, which is blocked. We've got a door to the north, which we can open. But we didn't finish exploring downstairs. So, let's do that. Okay, so we went under here. That was the kitchen. That led us upstairs. What else have we got down here? China cabinet. Oh, this is really cool. All of this bone china with Spacer's Choice logos and everything on it. Is that supposed to be a reflection? Not a reflection, but... Alright, and then this door's blocked, is it? Yeah. So that's really it. Okay, well, back upstairs. Let's pick up where we were. And looks like we can go in a clockwise fashion again. We came out that door. That door's blocked. So, bathroom. Oh, man. All this stuff is going to weigh me down. Yeah, I'm already weighed down. Oxy Miss Lore says Tazier. Oh, did I? How? Let me know if I did. Let's drop this. It's a pound. Ox, will you put your gun away? Why? Fine. All right, Rachel. I'll put my gun away. How did I miss lore? I kind of covered everything in here. Oh, wait, you're right. I only went through O Ambrose. I didn't go through W Ambrose. Thank you for that. Welcome, user W Ambrose. One option. The search continues. I take from these entries that Mother was severe with her editorial pen. This is but one version of her carefully curated and not the one I wanted to find. Where is her unvarnished stream of consciousness? Where is her spontaneous brilliance? The search continues. My efforts will inevitably steer me to Gorgon. What then, Minnie? What then? W. Ambrose. Wilhelmina Ambrose. Minnie Ambrose. She was trying to find information about her mother, whom she even admitted was brilliant. Something about the Gorgon. Jay Cuesta with a sticker. Thank you very much, Jay. Oh, hello. There's a guy over there. Let's talk to him last. Booze. Turned over on the ground. All right, that leads to the same room. Hello. Unlocked with the master bedroom key. This one is blocked in. Where does this one go? Ooh, a kid's playroom. Perhaps Minnie's playroom when she was a child. Music box, necklace. Ah, datapad. Goodbye letter. Dearest mother and father, I've paced the halls of this gilded cage long enough. Since you won't permit me to help the family business, I'm leaving to start a business of my own. Am I too young for such ambitions? Perhaps, but that is the risk you take when you fashion your daughter. When you fashion a daughter in your image, Byzantium will welcome me with open arms. Won't that be a new sensation? If I ever return, it'll be to claim my rightful spot at the head of this family. Minnie! Oh! She came back to find her family gone. Now, what's in here? It looks important.
Dear Wilhelmina, I hope this letter finds you well. No, it's too stilted. It sounds like I'm writing to request a loan. Dearest Wilhelmina, I regret to tell you... Law, no, that's worse. When have I ever called her dearest? She's my daughter. This should be easy. How can a mother not know how to talk to her own daughter? My love, I can no longer... For your safety, I must... Oh, hell. Even if she despises me for what I had to do, I should still be able to say goodbye. Minnie, I have to leave, and I don't intend to come back. I love you. I'm so sorry.
For what? For convincing her not to join the Gorgon by simply telling her that she sucked? Oh, you're awful. You suck. I hate you. I'm so sorry. Doctor's orders. Hey. What is that? Doctor's orders. 399 DPS. What does Felix got? Vicar, he's got heavy weapons and one-handed melee. I'm thinking I save it for Ellie. Ellie is my pistol girl, right? No Name says, I'm disappointed. No Sisty Pig so far. And John says, hey, Ox, glad to see you streaming Outer Worlds. By the way, you're carrying 30 pounds of Adreno. Getting rid of 2/3 could help the weight issue. Oh, am I? All right. When I get back to when I get back to my ship, I'll lighten the load a bit. 30 pounds of Adreno, is that it? Ah. Right. Yes, I am, aren't I? Thank you. Oh, I just got the gun. All right, let's drop.
Moving.
Here we go. It's Wilhelmina.
Apparently not. Well, join me for a drink, Mr. Whoever you are.
It's me.
So who the devil are you?
Do we say that we are Alex Hawthorne? Yeah, let's go with Alex Hawthorne. Maybe she knows the name.
You certainly paint a picture, and I'm certainly intrigued. Do you see that glowing chunk of space rock? That's Gorgon. My birthright, my burden, and the bane of my existence. I hate to drink alone, and this is my third. So join me in raising a glass. To Gorgon.
Give a solemn toast. Give a cheerful toast. Are you Minnie Ambrose? You want to toast the asteroid? Let's give a cheerful toast.
To Gorgon. May cosmic winds shepherd her to the nearest star. I'm Wilhelmina Ambrose, but you can keep it short and call me Minnie.
Nice to meet you too. Wow.
Ha!
Now, what brings
He's in
you to
love.
my house, handsome? I take it you didn't come all this way for the beverages, the starry skies, or the pleasant company.
I'm here about a severed arm.
A severed arm? How positively ghoulish. You know this is a private residence, not a curio shop?
Let's see. Does the name Lucky Montoya mean anything to you?
Lucky Montoya is my personal freelancer. Fascinating man. Very brooding and theatrical. Always staring into space and twirling a bullet over his knuckles.
The more lost we feel, the more we put on a show for others.
I could do that. The staring into space part, I mean. I'm still working on the bullet twirling thing.
But if something happened to him... Oh dear. I suppose that makes him my former freelancer now?
What was his arm doing in my ship?
I sent Lucky on a dangerous mission to the Gorgon asteroid. Whoever found his remains must have wanted to inform the next of kin. What a time for his luck to run out. We were in the middle of something grand, and I really can't afford another setback.
Ooh. And I can't pass the intelligence check? You sure got over the bad news fast.
That's called a defense mechanism. I don't get attached to others if I can avoid it. Try it sometime. How would you like to be my new freelancer? There's been a recent vacancy, and I think you're well suited to the job.
I could get used to people offering us a job at first glance. Usually they just squint at us all suspicious-like. Or reach for a pistol.
I don't believe you thought this through. Or much else, for that matter.
I'm looking for someone rough around the edges. A gorgeous, dashing scoundrel type. Incidentally, someone good with their hands.
Oh, that's Courtney Taylor. That voice? That's got to be, that's Courtney Taylor, the voice of the female soul survivor from Fallout 4. No Name says, arms are overrated anyway. Yeah, we've got two. All you need is one. Gorgeous.
I like my employees well-groomed. Appearances are everything in high society.
Are you looking for a hired gun or a runway model?
I'm looking for both. Remember, I'm rich enough that I can afford to be choosy. And I choose you, dear Captain. Allow me to lay out the facts, and you can decide for yourself if you want to be my chief investigator. My mother, Dr. Olivia Ambrose, worked for Spacer's Choice at the Gorgon Research Facility. She was brilliant, the top scientist in her field, until tragedy struck.
I'm not surprised. Spacer's Choice is one big accident waiting to happen.
I wish I could say otherwise. One day, Spacer's Choice shut down all research and evacuated Gorgon. Everyone had to scramble or risk getting left behind. It was chaos. Employees fled for their lives. Mother never made it home. I'm told she wasn't the only casualty that fateful day. Mother's name has since been dragged through the mud. Spacer's Choice blames her for the collapse of Project Gorgon, and I just know they're lying.
Well, we already learned from the terminal that whatever they were experimenting on in there can make a person deranged, give them unnatural strength. So are we about to walk into a big facility filled with all sorts of monsters? What did they say about her?
Everything you can imagine and more. dereliction of duty, circulating anti-corporate memos, taking longer than average coffee breaks. The list goes on.
Of course.
Mother would not have allowed Project Gorgon to fail. Something happened on that asteroid, and my family took the fall for it.
Something X? What do you think happened on the Gorgon?
I don't know. And Spacer's Choice won't say. They don't discuss anything that tarnishes their brand. Gorgon has a dark history. The project fell apart. Personnel were shuffled across the system. With Mother gone, now I'm all that's left.
Where's your father in all of this?
Father lost more than his job on Gorgon. I'll say no more than that.
Well, we found out what happened to him.
The asteroid may look like a glittering jewel, but I assure you the resemblance ends there. Gorgon is poisonous to the core. One might even say cursed.
Tell me about your mother.
I admired Mother, but we weren't close. She disapproved of everything about me, really. I couldn't measure up to her example. She didn't make time for us. I remember thinking that she never wanted a child, and never forgave me for being one, naive and irresponsible as I was.
Well, we read her terminal entries. We know she loved her daughter, but she definitely had unrealistic expectations of Minnie. She definitely couldn't accept Minnie for who she was, a more artistic person. So there was some issues there, but she did love her. Maybe she just didn't know how to let Minnie know how. So we can say maybe there's another side to the story.
No doubt. I only wish Mother was here to tell it in her own words. Mother worked herself to the bone. She wanted to make the colony a better place, no matter who or what got sacrificed along the way. She never spared a thought for those of us who cherished her, who suffered for her idea of progress.
It's not entirely true. We read in her terminal that she was devastated when her husband lost his mind and tore up everything on the ship. She felt personally responsible for that having happened. She was mortified. And in her goodbye message to her daughter, she had a great deal of remorse for the way that she treated her daughter, or raising her. So, well, I wonder if we can find her still alive so that they can repair their relationship. Moon says, space-age super mutants. Scary thought. I wonder if we'll have an FEV reference here later. Did you two ever get along?
We got close once. When I was a child, I enjoyed looking over Mother's shoulder, playing backseat chemist while she peered into a microscope. One day, she told me to leave before I broke something. Then, I got mad and broke something. Typical night in the Ambrose house. Mother and Gorgon were made for each other. I had the misfortune to be stuck in the middle.
Oh, what a shame.
I need your help, Captain. Project Gorgon killed Mother and disgraced the Ambrose name, and no one has been held accountable. Spacer's Choice buried the past like a dirty secret.
Are you interested in justice, revenge, or both?
Neither. It's vindication I want. Whatever happened on Gorgon wasn't Mother's fault. I simply need the evidence to prove it.
But it was her
We're
fault.
going to drag the truth, kicking and screaming, into the light. Even if it means bringing ruin and humiliation to Spacer's Choice. All the evidence I need should be in Mother's journal. You can find it in her office on Gorgon, in the heart of the old research facility.
Lots of interesting options, but first I have some questions about the job.
I'm not surprised. Between the family drama and the corporate conspiracy, it must feel like you've stepped on a landmine. Speak freely, Captain.
What good is your mother's journal to you now?
I suspect it will prove that corporate greed and incompetence were to blame for the calamity at Gorgon, and not Mother. Mother was a brilliant woman. Difficult, cold, unreachable even, but brilliant.
What if you're wrong?
Then my family's disgrace?
our curse will be absolute. This is my last hope of redeeming the Ambrose name. I don't like my chances, but I have to try. And I need help. Your help.
Why did you wait before starting the investigation?
I didn't want to go anywhere near Gorgon. Once I exhausted all my options, the search led me back here. I even had Mother declared legally dead. Would you believe it took 5 years to process the paperwork?
Yeah, Spacer's Choice and all that. Oh, we could pass an intelligence check, but I can't do it. They never found her body, did they? She could still be alive. But we can pass a persuade check of 90. Does her being legally dead help you somehow?
It isn't as bad as you make it sound, but technically, yes. Mother's body is still on Gorgon. No body means no death certificate, which means no inheritance. I killed Mother, just on paper, of course, so I could claim my inheritance. We wouldn't be standing here if I didn't have access to the family fortune. I once assumed the mansion and the money would be enough to redeem the Ambrose name. But even in Byzantium, prestige must be earned, and it can so easily be lost.
So she's doing all of this so that she can become another well-respected member of high society on Byzantium again? Seems like an odd motivation. Oh, no, we can see that right here. We could pass a persuade check of 60 to say, are you saying you just want to break into high society?
Break back into high society, yes.
Oh, great. She is shallow. Just as shallow as I thought. I thought you were trying to vindicate your mother.
I'm trying to do several things at once. None of them easy. The smear campaign against Mother was the work of cowards. I'm vindicating the family name for her, for the colony, and for my future.
Okay, so there might be more to this than just wanting to get back into high society. Well, what do you stand to gain?
Everything that Mother lost. This colony is in trouble. The lunatics at Spacer's Choice are running the asylum, and we need better people to wield their influence. After Gorgon, I quickly discovered that the Ambrose name was cursed, for lack of a better term. I had no place among the decision makers. No seat at the table. That is why I'm clearing the record and vindicating the Ambrose line. For Mother, for me, and for the generations who will one day inherit Halcyon.
Josh says Michael Wright is asking for a happy birthday shout out. Happy birthday, Michael Wright. And thank you, Josh, for highlighting it for me. By the way, what's up with her eyebrows? I'm just now noticing this. Is that like, that couldn't be a birth defect or a scar. And she shaved that into her eyebrows, did she? Is that trending in this universe, maybe? We can't judge, I suppose, their cultural thing. It's weird, though, huh? What you propose could put both of us in danger.
I'm counting on it.
How did this investigation get Lucky killed?
You know as much as I do, I'm afraid. Spacer's Choice abandoned Gorgon, but the asteroid is far from unoccupied. Between the marauders, the wildlife, and whatever escaped the labs, danger abounds.
What kind of wildlife are we talking about?
Your guess is as good as mine. I know that Spacer's Choice bred canids, especially for Gorgon. They were supposed to act as living cattle prods. By now, they've probably gone feral. Just watch yourself. If you aren't careful, you stand to lose more than an arm. I believe that covers it all. Are you ready to get started? We mustn't allow the trail to get cold.
Lots of options. Let's go the empathetic way. If it helps you get some closure, I'll find the journal.
Perhaps then you can put your mother's ghost to rest.
You do all that for me? I was hoping you'd take the job, but I didn't expect you to care.
Well, honestly, I have more empathy towards her mother than I do for Wilhelmina right now. I mean, I understand that she is a product of the environment within which she was raised, but her mother seemed to not know what she wanted. And I'm interested to see how her story ends. We could say I don't care, I expect to be paid, or you shouldn't have to suffer for the actions of Spacer's Choice, or spooky asteroid, dangerous mission. I'm not going to miss out on the fun. We'll do that one.
I admire your enthusiasm. This manor has echoed with my own we, and I can feel you breathing new life into the walls. When you reach Gorgon, pack a weapon you trust. The corporate lockdown hasn't stopped the wilderness from squirming in through the cracks.
What did you tell Lucky about this job?
I told him everything I've told you. Just the facts. Maybe a couple of harmless embellishments.
Uh-oh.
Why?
I'm trying to calculate the odds of this gig getting me killed.
It's sure to be 100% with that attitude. Still, you're smart to ask. Lucky spent most of our time together spinning a pistol around his index finger. Not sure he'll listen to any of my advice. But you won't let me down, will you, Captain?
What can I expect to face on Gorgon?
I've never understood why, but Gorgon is teeming with marauders.
Really?
They almost seem drawn to sorrow and misfortune. Then there's the test subjects. Those who survived anyway.
Super mutants!
Ravenous creatures left behind like so much salvage.
The more I hear about this asteroid, the worse it sounds.
Perhaps we should cut the Q&A short in that case. I don't want you having second thoughts. There's a little saloon near Gorgon's landing pad, the Sprat Shack. Lucky was renting a room, so if you want to follow his trail, that would be the place to start.
The Sprat Shack.
The Sprat Shack? Hope they don't serve real sprats. There's a sprat worse place on the Groundbreaker.
Oh,
Tried it once, and I was sick for a week.
that sounds awful.
Just so we understand each other, money is no object. I'm willing to squander the family fortune if you get me what I want. Between your payment and any salvage you happen across, you'll walk away from this rich enough to buy a mansion of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds like a story she probably told to Lucky. What's the catch? There's always a catch.
The catch? No one's ever done this before, and the only person who tried is a corpse. Believe me, that's enough. Here's your nav key, Captain. Safe travels.
Oh, we can try this. We can say, maybe you don't need to hear this from me, but I'm sorry about your mother.
Spacer's Choice should be the one apologizing, but thank you. Sincerely. A word of advice before you go, Captain. Trust no one. Mother's office is in the heart of the Gorgon facility. You're free to salvage anything that isn't nailed down. I only want what's mine.
Don't worry about us. We're well versed in helping ourselves to anything that's not nailed down.
Of course.
Hey,
that comes
boss,
from
what's our
Max.
policy on getting to know our clients a little better? You think she'd appreciate some company?
Whoa, Felix! Oh, I think Felix is smitten. Absolutely not. Everything you feel is wrong. No, Felix, go for it, lad. Talk to her, Felix. You won't know unless you try.
All right,
Here we go.
I can do this. Here goes. Miss Ambrose? Must get awful lonesome up here all by yourself. What do you do for fun? Because if you're interested, I've got the full set of Terror on Monarch.
The last thing I need in my life is more corporate propaganda masquerading as entertainment.
Aww. Psst, Minnie. He's trying to flirt with you.
He is? Oh dear. It's been a while and I'm out of practice. You seem very nice and very pretty. And I'm sure there's a wealthy heiress out there who'd be extremely lucky to run away with you. Alas, it isn't me.
Aww.
Are we in agreement?
Poor Felix.
No problem. I figured it was worth a shot at least.
Aw, dang it. I feel bad for Felix now. Well, at least he tried. Shoot. Well, we got Parvati hooked up with the captain of the Groundbreaker. We couldn't get Felix hooked up with Wilhelmina here? That's a shame. All right, well, let's go pick up all the loot we dropped since we're going back to the ship anyway, and I can store it there. And then we can go to the Gorgon. That's what's really weighing me down. So let's loot everything else first. Teeny tiny. Max is right. We're well accustomed to just taking everything that isn't clamped down. He knows how this game works. And was there anything I left in the kitchen? This is where I began to realize that I was going to be encumbered.
Got it. Heads down.
Ah, I'm so bummed I can't get into that one. Well, yeah, I think that's it. All right, let's go get our Adreno, or whatever it's called. And, oh, yeah, here we go. And get back into the action. Now I'm encumbered. The long walk back to the unreliable. Jason says, talk to Minnie again, Ox. Okay. All right, I'll talk to Minnie again. Will she give Felix another chance? Oh.
Forgive the mess. I'm still unpacking and everything's covered in dust.
Oh, we can talk about the notes that we read. Okay, cool. Tell me about that note you left in your bedroom.
Someone's been snooping around. Not that I mind. It reminds me why I hired you in the first place. For your keen eyes and scandalous disregard for privacy.
That's me.
When I left home, I wanted Mother and Father to know the conditions of my return. I would stroll through the entrance with my head held high, or not at all. I left this place with every intention of returning once the time was right.
Did you enjoy Byzantium? Presumably so, because she wants to go back as a member of high society.
When I arrived, I was the toast of the town. All fought for the honor of lighting my cigarettes. The attention was sublime.
It's addicting.
I opened a small firm to help young, impressionable heirs manage their family wealth. Business was good. For a while.
What happened to your business?
Gorgon happened. With Mother's downfall, so too fell my influence in society. I sold the business at a loss. Then I hatched a plan to restore the family name. That plan, as you're now well aware, is still in motion.
Pyro says Ellie would probably hate her. Oh, she'd be livid. I kind of wish I had brought Ellie with me now. So, the house was empty when you returned?
Yes. That wasn't part of the plan. Fall of Gorgon accelerated my schedule. I thought I would find success in Byzantium. Instead, I must look for redemption back where I began. Here, in these vacant halls. You reminded me of better times. I should be thanking you.
Wow, lots of more questions. I have questions about your family.
The Ambrose family comes from old Earth money. We were pioneers, inventors, and chimerists. Always at the top of our field, never lagging behind. If there's anything else you'd like to know, speak on.
Here we go. Your mother left an unfinished goodbye recording in the master bedroom.
A goodbye recording? I don't understand.
Well, she didn't read it. I guess she couldn't get into that room. She must have known she was in danger.
Law. But I think you're right. Mother left that phonograph because she knew something awful might happen to her. She knew Spacer's Choice wanted her silence.
Could she be trying to warn you?
It's possible. But in the end, she never found the words. We have to find that journal, Captain. And when we do, Spacer's Choice will rue the day they crossed my family.
I don't know. Her mother just wanted to keep her away from Gorgon. That was her entire goal. She just didn't want her daughter on Gorgon. I read your mother's terminal. Her logs were interesting.
Ah, yes. I've scanned her old logs. But I'm afraid they haven't given up anything I didn't already know or suspect. If you have any questions, you can trust me to answer them. I gain nothing by leaving you in the dark.
And yet she's the one who told us to trust no one. Who's Lucien? Your mother didn't seem to approve of him.
Lucien was Mother's point of contact at Spacer's Choice. I'd call him high-ranking, but I don't think his job had a rank in the traditional sense. He once tried to recruit me to work on Gorgon, but of course Mother wouldn't hear of it. I never forgave her for that.
That was their big rift. What did they want you to do on Gorgon?
A little bit of everything, I suppose. Manage personnel, keep an eye on budgets, see that goals and expectations were well defined. Chemistry may be my passion, but Spacer's Choice recognized my knack for administration. I would have taken the job and perhaps even enjoyed it.
So she was a born administrator. Why didn't Spacer's Choice overrule her?
And risk losing one of the colony's greatest minds to Auntie Cleo? I think not. No. In their estimate, I'm certain Mother was worth 10 of me. They did the math, and I came up short.
So Mom got what Mama wanted.
Did anything else in Mother's terminal glue your eyes to the screen?
Something drove your father mad. Olivia put him into hibernation.
I so wanted to avoid opening that wound.
Sorry.
But now here we are. Father was exposed to some of Gorgon's more caustic chemicals. I don't know how, but I suspect that Mother brought her work home.
Where is he now?
I don't know. It's possible that Mother carted him off to Gorgon for her studies. That, or she killed him and buried him under the floorboards, or bricked him behind a wall. I wouldn't put anything past Olivia Ambrose.
You paint a very, very grim picture of your mother.
Thank you.
Oh, of course, that's a compliment.
There's no two ways about it. Mother was vicious. And that's saying something in Halcyon.
Any chance that you were exposed to the same chemicals?
By that point, I was already living in Byzantium, trying to get out from under my family's shadow. You're very kind to consider my well-being, but if I'd been exposed, we'd be having a very different conversation.
Back to your mother's terminal.
Yes?
You never mentioned that you enjoy painting.
Of all the intrigue and mysteries surrounding my household, that is what interests you. I do enjoy painting. I haven't indulged in some time, but it's a pleasant enough diversion.
What would you call your style? Surreal? Expressionistic?
I honestly don't think I've been at it long enough to have a style. Painting is something I enjoy on the side, not something I chase to perfection. We Ambrose ladies have a way of ruining the things we love by committing ourselves to them.
Oh, that's sad. What's your favorite painting?
I've always been partial to Truth Emerging from the Well to Shame Mankind by Jerome.
No idea.
That painting speaks to me. It shows how nothing stays hidden for long.
Well, thanks for sharing.
Your curiosity is charming, but do remember to focus on the job at hand.
That's it.
You do that. And thanks for your attention to detail.
You come from a talented heritage. What interests you?
If Mother and I shared anything, it was our love of chemistry. Chemistry is a desire to understand matter. the very foundation of our existence. What Ambrose could ignore such a tempting lure?
Okay, go back.
Yes?
So about the job.
Ask anything you like, Captain. It's nice to have a competent partner for a change.
What, like it wasn't competent? Is there anything you aren't telling me?
I've told you everything I know. I trust you to investigate Gorgon and draw your own conclusions. If you can think of anything specific, all you have to do is ask.
All right, I'll be back.
Of course, my dear Captain. I look forward to it.
This house has seen better days.
Regrettable, I know. We used to have a staff to maintain the grounds. Not just auto mechanicals either. Real people doing real work.
Mark Greg Joy with a super chat says something in Portuguese, maybe, but I don't read foreign languages on the stream because I don't know what they mean or don't know what they say. So, but thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Explain the fake fish in the fake pond.
Father loved his salt tuna. He was an avid fisherman, you know. But that was long ago. When they moved here from Byzantium, Mother told me he was heartbroken to learn there was no sport. So she bought him a pond for his sad, lonely amusement.
Oh, that's awful. Do you visit the rock garden much?
Not as much as I used to. Who has time to slow their thoughts and bask in tranquility?
It's all that's really worth doing in this life.
I prefer staring out the window of my drawing room, brooding on matters outside of my control.
Everyone has a hobby. Well, what's with the Moon Man statue in your foyer?
Hideous, isn't it? I've been meaning to have that thing removed. Maybe jettisoned into the sun. Spacer's Choice agreed to double Mother's research budget if she subjected her family to product placement.
Wow.
I swear, those eyes follow me wherever I go.
Couldn't you hire on a new staff?
It's hard to find good help, and I'm not quick to trust anyone who'd work for me. Present company excluded. I can worry about upkeep once my family name is restored. Until then, this manor is a base of operations.
Thank you, Josh Bunton, for your work as a mod in the chat. You, sir, are helping so much, and thanks to all the other mods. Stay vigilant, friends.
Very well. If there's anything else, you have my attention.
Well, I guess that's it.
Be sure and close the door on your way out. I feel a draft.
Oh, you poor thing. Feel a draft. Okay, well, we've got our loot, we've got our quest, we've got a new gun that we can give to Ellie. I think she would probably like it best. Let's head to Gorgon. And it's a slow walk.
He's under construction. Thank you for your patience.
The poor drinks butler. Okay, I should probably spend some time looking at my gear, which I haven't done in like 11 months. First, let's dump all of our loot. Is there like a loot bench that I can... It's in the captain's quarters, isn't it? So, up here? Oh, that's the engine room. Oh, that's right! Falling damage! Alright, let's tinker with some of our stuff. Break down some stuff. Let's break this down. So that's a level 26 handgun. I don't know who those... Is this... These are equipped because they've got a gold background. Are these all equipped by my companions? They must be because they're not in my inventory. Let's go to Ellie here. She's got 279. Wow, this is way better. Let's give her that, and we can break down the bolter pistol. Okay, so these are extra. I have these equipped, not these. So can I break these down? The Ultra Assault Rifle. It's level 20 item, level 15, level 20, level 20. I probably don't need all of them. That's level 30, 22, 86, and my plasma carbine. So I've got a weapon type. I've got a weapon of every damage type. Felix, how's he doing? So 539, level 25. He's got a shotgun. I could give him the assault rifle. He can keep what he's got so far. Nyoka has the Deadeye assault rifle. Wow, that's level 32 though. I guess because it's a heavy weapon. Parvati, she's got the light machine gun. Vicar Max, what has he got? He's got the Raptidont, which is a pretty awesome heavy weapon. All right, so let's break down the other weapons in our inventory that we're not using right now. Lighten the load. Can we tinker any further with some of our weapons here? Oh, I remember now. We can increase the level by tinkering with it. Yeah, I've tinkered with all of my weapons. I could probably tinker with my plasma launcher to get its damage up a bit. Where's my money at? I've got 55,000 bits. Plus 35 damage. Yeah. All right, then we'll leave it at that. Am I carrying all of this, or is that in... I don't think I'm carrying any of that. Yeah, so that's pretty clean, pretty clean. I need all of these for passing skill checks. Let's put on the armor that I actually need. 54, 29, 42, 119. Wow, that's my helmet right there. 5. I guess that's my armor. Standard Gold Trooper armor. I have that one for block? Why do I have that one? So that's for dialogue skills. That's for lockpick. That's for sneak. One-handed melee. Heavy. I really don't need this. I guess I could scrap it. Heavy construction gear. Well, hold on. Let me check. Can I give them armor? Yeah. 62. Yeah, so her armor is better. Felix, 49. Yeah, his armor is better as well. And then we're taking Vicar Max. Let's take a look at his. He's at 57. Okay, so we really don't need either of these two. Let's scrap those down. This must be on Parvati's inventory, or I don't know why I have that. Block plus 5 stealth skills, minus 5. I really don't need that. Let's, wait, can we break it down? Oh, we can't break it down. All right, so let's store it then. Let's go back up to my workbench here.
I like what you've done with the place. Kitschy collectible.
Oh, shut up. We'll store that. Now, let's store half of this. I don't need that much. And then we can store all of this. Okay. I think I'm using those. No new mods, but I've got all of my mods stored in here, so let's store those. I need those, and then this is all junk. Can I break it down? Do I break down junk, or do I store it? I guess store it. There we go. I have lightened the load. Feeling good.
Are such a human inclination.
Okay, Gorgon.
We are now in orbit above Gorgon.
Does that have anything new?
Welcome back, Captain. How can
Nope.
I'll be. Stay safe out there.
All right, let's see what's on Gorgon.
Is that an Apex Mark V queso atmospheric dome? I've never seen one in person. Magnificent.
Huh. Okay, so not a lot of enemies around here, looks like. Got a merchant over in the corner. Couple of goodies over there. Ah, here we are.
The Gorgon facility is currently experiencing an emergency evacuation. Please be reminded that all Spacer's Choice facilities fall within acceptable margins of safety.
Vending machines, but then a lot of boxes scattered all around the landing pad. Brawny construction gear. Hello. What's over here? Dead end. See what the map looks like. Right, there's the landing pad. No. This is the landing pad. There's our reliable. There's the vending machines, and that's where we need to go. All right, let's go to the quest destination first. Looks like the path goes off into the east from there. Hello. Okay. I'm getting all the loot. It's mine.
If you need them. No one lasts long on Gorgon unprepared.
Khalil's survival goods. Hey there.
You looking for supply, stranger? Let's stock up here. If you run low on bullets out in Gorgon's far reaches, there ain't no one round here liable to help you out. Let me know if you're looking for something particular.
So, this is Gorgon.
You mean you came out to this asteroid without knowing nothing about it? Me too. Heard it was wild here and couldn't resist. Trouble is, if you wander off to somewhere you oughtn't be, like way out in Gorgon's farthest reaches, odds are slimmer of your bits finding their way to my pockets. If you want my advice, stick close to the Sprat Shack, unless you fancy having your limbs torn off and eaten.
We can say thanks, but I can handle myself. I do not fancy that at all, or we can give him our best unimpressed look.
You okay? Does your stomach hurt or something? Look, I ain't stopping you from wandering elsewhere. But if you do, be sure you watch out for the Marauders. That's the #1 thing. And the Mance, I guess. You watch out for Marauders, Mance, and Charles from accounting, and you'll probably be fine.
Charles from accounting? Who's Charles from accounting?
Only the meanest marauder on Gorgon, and also anywhere else. That man is crazier than a bag of canids and twice as likely to bite. He will bust your head open like an overripe mock apple if he so much as sees you. I ain't joking. He'll snap you in half like stale bread noodles.
Of course there's a marauder named Charles from accounting. Julian Z says, Ox, turn off that annoying alarm from the terminal on the landing pad. Okay, I'll go back up. You're making me hungry, we can say.
Sorry. Been a minute since I last ate. Charles from accounting is like... Imagine if you took 3 of the most howling mad marauders you could find and mashed them together. That's Charles.
0 times 3 is still 0, we can say.
It is? Wow. You learn something new every day.
Felix.
You ain't listening to me, huh? Well, I warned you. If you run off and get exploded to death by a madman with a rocket launcher now, that's on you.
Go back to the part about the rocket launcher?
Sure, okay. He's got a rocket launcher.
How did he get a rocket launcher?
Couldn't say. He kills anyone who gets close enough to ask. Look, long story short, you do not fuck with Chuck. Best to avoid the Marauder camp entirely. That's my 2 bits on the matter.
Well, if he's got a rocket launcher... I take it that evacuation alarm isn't very urgent.
Huh? Oh, you don't gotta worry about that. It's got something to do with that scrapped Spacer's Choice project from way back. Damn alarm's been hollering at us for 5 years if it's been a day. You know, I don't dream anymore. It's all, please evacuate in an orderly fashion.
Should I turn it off?
I won't stop you if you want to have a go at it. But so you know, it's gonna take more than giving that control terminal a good old-fashioned pummeling. I know, because even Von Hoffman couldn't bash it in. And I seen that tough son of a gun throw man clean across the Sprat Shack one time like he were a toss ball.
What can you tell me about Project Gorgon?
Only that Spacer's Choice shut it down in a big hurry. From what I heard, some of their folks got left behind even. Don't seem like the project ended well.
About Charles from accounting.
Yeah?
Why is he called that?
His name is Charles and he used to work in accounting?
I don't know what I was expecting.
Anything else you needed?
That's it? Okay. Well, what have you for trade?
Found a pickaxe in the mine like none I've ever seen before. Could be awful useful if you're the violent type.
Well, he wasn't lying. Look at that. Handy deconstruction. 57 DPS, two-handed melee, item level 1. The original brand name, Auto Unfortunato, never caught on. No, I mean, it's... Let me sell my junk. Oh, I put it all in my... Plasma carbine, telescoping staff, nothing really of interest. No armor, no consumables, a few mods, extendo sight. But I've got a lot of mods back in my ship. Tossball card, weapon parts. That's it. Douglas Delegard with a tip for the inevitable interesting language law. Thank you, Douglas. Supplies. All right, well, you want me to go... Oh, that would be stealing, and I can't steal. Right. You want me to go turn that off? Sure, I can do that. Where does that go? Hold on. That goes to my destination. But then there's that over there. Okay, well, let's check that out. Is that the Marauder camp? I'll go turn off the alarm. Josh wants me to turn off the alarm.
Please evacuate in an orderly fashion.
We can pass a hack check of 40 to disable the emergency evacuation notice. Successfully disabled. All right. Bingo. Ooh. Oh, I missed this. Now. Okay. I'm thinking I should go here after. Yeah. Because this goes deeper on in. So let's go to the active quest first, and we'll come back to there in a bit. Oh, we're just getting all the goodies. So this is busted. We can't get up that way. Move it, guys. Looks like we have to go up here. Shipping and receiving. Sprat Shack. The most unsneaky thing to do when you start stealthing. Shh, as loud as you can. Hey. Oh, I got it. Now I gotta go back up. You have to go the long way to get to that upper part, says Taser. Okay, thank you, Taser. So there's a door there, that's the Sprat Shack, but then there's a terminal there with a robot. Let's check that out first. Wow, they're really giving us everything. Just tons of stuff. Fast travel marker unlocked at the Sprat Shack. That looks like an elevator shaft, a freight elevator. And that is a serialized law and organization guardian. I wonder if we can activate him and bring him on as a temporary companion. Stellar Freighting Argosy, Gorgon, a Spacer's Choice property, main menu. Welcome user D-Tran. Notice electricity rationing in effect. By accessing this terminal, you consent to paying 1 bit per every option selected. Okay. One, we can check the electricity rationing bill. Processing. Employee Dominic Tran currently owes 9,508 bits. We could pay his bill. Bits removed from... No. We're removing it from the employee's wallet. Whoops. He currently owes nothing. Account paid in full. Congratulations on being a stellar team player. Return to route. Shipment history. Shipment history pull request logged. Please select from the following options outgoing shipments. Accessing. Displaying departed freight. Please select. We can do shipment ID blah blah blah. Shipment name Percy's. Voyage Terra 2 Loop E1. Port of load Gorgon. Port of discharge Edgewater. Discharge date 2350. Contents, 2,000 cartons containing redacted, probably Saltuna, 3 discharged staff, 5 reassigned staff. Alert! Manifest context exceeds the recommended maximum weight of this vessel. Then there's the next shipment. Voyage Terra 1 Loop SB4, Port of Load Gorgon, Port of Discharge Stellar Bay. 100 cartons containing prototype redacted, 2 cartons of raw ore of redacted, 15 reassigned staff. All right, well, return to shipping history. We can do incoming shipments. And the first one, vessel name Ethics Gradient, voyage Cherubidis Loop G3, Port of Load Tartarus, Port of Discharge Gorgon. 350 cartons containing 100 units each sterile injection ampules, 30 high-pressure steel cylinders containing oxygen, 25 volunteers. And the next shipment, vessel name Profit Margin. Terra 2, Loop B7, Port of Load Byzantium, Port of Discharge Gorgon. 3 corporate security squads containing 3 fire teams each, 500 rounds of light ammunition, 2,000 rounds of heavy ammunition, 1 flat containing 10 units of Moonman standee. Messages. Thank you for using GIMSI, your employer-sanctioned messaging system. Friendly reminder, your messages are company property. Unauthorized reproduction, distribution, or deletion of GIMSI content may result in early termination of your employment contract. Please select from the following. We've got incoming messages. The first from C. Mostly. To D-Tran from C. Mostly, subject various observations on the Argosy's rate of export with a reprimand. Mr. Tran, are you aware of the concept of relativity? This is a rhetorical question. I'm aware that Spacer's Choice training does not include business philosophy in its curriculum. Consider this a remedial education. Broadly, relativity is an economic idea that describes productivity in terms of relationship. For example, from your point of view, the Argosies, i.e. your freight depot, exports shipments at a perfectly reasonable rate. However, from the point of view of your enterprising colleague, i.e. S. Reynard, the Argosies freight depot exports shipments at a positively pathetic rate. If a single one of your colleagues is capable of 3 times your productivity, then relative to your colleague, the Argosy freight depot is a failure. The rubric of your success is measured relative to your fastest, strongest, and most productive colleagues. Do you understand? Please take a moment to consider the contents of this message and commit them to your heart. Furthermore, please select one of the following reprimands below and append it to your permanent record. Jeez. A, the quality of your work is unacceptably low by Spacer's Choice standards. B, the quality of your work is unacceptably low relative to that of your colleagues. C, by receiving an official reprimand on your permanent record, you have violated the Spacer's Choice Code of Conduct, which will result in an official reprimand. Work fortifies the spirit. C, mostly. Then, outgoing messages. To S. Reynard from D. Tran, subject efficiency. Buddy, I don't understand how you managed to log 3 times the number of shipments I do out of that miserable shack you call an office, but you need to cut it the crap out. Mostly has been poking at the Argosy's ship rate numbers again, and now he's started asking why Lewis and I can't pack as quickly together as you can alone. I'm thinking maybe I should tell him you're dipping into the supply of the prototype adrenatime. I don't think he'd like that, do you? Crap, maybe you are. If that's the case, well, maybe you ought to come lend me and Lewis a hand when we load up next haul and test. And our next haul of test subject corpses. Get yourself a real good view of what Chem's wonder drug does. I see, so his other fellow employee was only that productive because he was on Chems. Gotcha. Archived messages from L. Velasquez. Subject, shipment inquiry to D-Tran. Dom, you gotta help me out. The Monarch's delivery's gone missing in action, and now the big guy at corporate is messaging my personal terminal looking for answers. Not mostly, not Goodfellow, that seersucker suit wearing M fur from Byzantium, Bancroft. Your kid cousin still works in Cascadia, right? Do you think he could hoof it over to Stellar Bay and just, I don't know, poke around the port, see if it's there? The shipment ID's Z42ML8TXY, the transport we packed up last week. I know it's a lot to ask, and you know how I feel about begging for handouts, but I swear to the law, if I looked out my door, that Bancroft guy'd be there for the street slapping a wrench against his palm like a mob boss in one of those bootleg serials from Groundbreaker. Please, man, you know how fond I am of my kneecaps, Lewis. Well, maybe we can find it and help him out a bit. Well, it looks like we need to go inside.
Come here. Let's have a chat. All right, inspection time. Look at my eyes for as long as you can without blinking. Starting now. Good. Look up. Now look down. You're doing swell. Now, name and occupation.
Alex Hawthorne, ne'er-do-well.
Good enough for me. You're cleared to pass. That was
Great.
a sanity check. If you had changed like the others, it'd be in your eyes. You'd also be drooling, cursing, and making a mess of the place. Welcome to the Sprat Shack. You can head on downstairs.
What exactly did you mean when you said people had changed?
Every day, salvagers and scrappers set out to comb the ruins and make their fortune. The ones who come back, they aren't always the same men or women who left. They change. Never for the better.
What happens when people change?
First, they get real twitchy and paranoid, shouting at folks who aren't there. Then they smell like they soiled themselves, on account of how they soiled themselves.
Aww.
After that, they're gone. Nothing but animals wearing human skin. Seen it happen myself. It's never pretty.
Where exactly am I?
This is the Sprat Shack, the most remote watering hole in the system. Rule number 1, no fighting. Rule number 2, wipe your feet on the way downstairs. We're the only hospitable place on this rock. I want to keep it that way. That's why we have rule number 3. When people change, they stay outside, where they belong.
Let me ask you something else.
Just don't ask me to dance.
Wasn't planning on it. What do you do around here?
Bouncer, bodyguard, law enforcer. I make sure the Sprat Shack gets only the highest caliber of clientele.
Highest caliber of what? Is he talking about guns?
Oh, Felix.
Yes, your presence screams high class.
Thank you, man.
We get a lot of brand-loyal corporate types, and a lot of cutthroat freelancer types. Both sides have their share of dirty scoundrels. And I hate dirt.
What kinds of people come to the Sprat Shack?
This is a sublight bar, so most of our regulars come to plunder the old labs. The facility's locked up behind miles of red tape, so progress is slow. A lot of time to drink and reevaluate, then venture out and try again.
What do you know about Gorgon?
Something bad happened here. Spacer's Choice was developing chemicals. The kind with nasty side effects.
Can this colony have one research facility developing something without horrible, face-melting side effects? Is that so much to ask?
I feel you, Felix.
Marauders outnumber the rest of us 10-1. Either they came from Gorgon, or something draws them here. I don't know which is worse. This place is under a dark cloud, stranger. That's all I know. If you want the history of the Sprat Shack, talk to Lex behind the bar.
All right, see you around.
If you're heading downstairs, order something sweet.
Okay, Sprat Shack. Let's see what we got lying around here. Oh, I just...
What do you think you're doing?
Sorry, forgot. Yeah. We can intimidate, bribe. Let's intimidate.
Just don't let me get you again, all right?
Whoops, that's right. My Fallout looting instincts kicked in, and I forgot that I was being observed. We'll refrain from stealing for now.
Now this looks like a real dive. Hey, I wonder if they got those floorboards that creak when a stranger walks in.
A true den of iniquity. How refreshing.
And of course, Max is just loving it. All right, dive bar, the Sprat Shack. Bar patron.
This is the best joint in the system. Ain't that right?
Bar patron.
This rock ain't much to look at, but it's our rock.
Oh, yeah. What's back
Are
here?
you my agent on the ground?
Sorry?
I've been sent to meet a certain someone about a certain piece of merchandise. They're supposed to use a secret code phrase.
Can't help you. I'm just here to drink.
That's the code phrase. It is you.
Wow.
Quiet down. You're making a scene. Watch your step. Von Hoffman sees everything.
Quit staring. I ain't here for your entertainment.
Did you bring the payment?
All right, people are asking me if I have VSync turned off, and I don't. Or I do. So I'll turn it on real quick. Maybe that'll help.
I don't know. Did you bring the goods?
No payment. No goods.
Give me a taste of the goods. Just so
All right, that's who we're supposed to talk to.
This rock ain't much to look at, but it's our rock.
Trixie.
You're a humbug, Trixie. And worse, a thief.
I can't steal what's lawfully mine, you tangle-footed dimwit.
Break it up, you two. I've heard more than enough of your shit for one day.
Trixie and Freddy.
That was my salvage, Trixie. You had no right to it then, and you've no right to it now.
Salvage, you say?
Don't you be getting any ideas.
I risked my life sneaking around marauders to claim that wreck. And I didn't see your name on it.
Now you've done it. Eat fist!
Whoa!
All right, that's enough! This is a family establishment! You want to make a mess? You make it outside!
But this was personal, Lex. It's a question of salvage. That wreck was gonna make me a fortune.
Technically, that's business, not personal.
That's what I've been trying to tell him, but he won't listen.
It's the same fight every day. 5 years we've been at this, and we still can't agree on how to properly tag salvage. Now you two listen, this is my place. While you're in the Sprat Shack, you'll sit quietly, or I'll forbid you to come here at all. Is that understood?
Fair's fair. I'll have a stout, and we'll settle this later on our own terms.
It's no good to leave a fight unresolved. If I don't do something, these two are gonna be at each other's throats.
Well, what do you propose?
Would you do me a favor and weigh in as a third party? I can use an unbiased set of eyes on the problem. And an outsider like you fits the bill.
Yeah, I can do my best. You want me to decide their drunken argument?
If you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Why not just get Van Hoffman?
This isn't Von Hoffman material. Calling up Von Hoffman would be like swatting a fly with a sledgehammer.
Oh, so you're calling me a fly swatter, is that it? Fine, I'll give it a whirl.
Freddy, Trixie, go on and make your case to the generous stranger.
I'll start, seeing as I'm the one who's been most wronged in this equation.
State your names for the tavern.
Oh, very formal. Freddy the Scab, freelancer for sublight salvage and shipping, same as my father before me.
Junkyard Trixie, also a salvage freelancer, though I've been at it longer than Freddy.
So, Just up the road and due east of here, there's a shipwreck lodged in the mountainside, right? I staked my claim on that wreck. Then I wandered in for a drink. An hour later, Trixie swaggers in bragging about her salvage. Ugh, the nerve of some people.
How did you mark the claim?
I climbed on top of it and called out in my loudest voice, "Finders keepers!"
Wow. Turn to Lex. Is that legal?
I don't know about legal, but it's legit by sublight standards. Assuming anyone was around to hear it, which we can't know for sure.
Someone must have heard me. They just ain't brave enough to step forward and admit it.
What's your side of the story, Trixie?
When I found the shipwreck, there were no salvage mark. See, the whole area was teeming with bloodthirsty marauders. So I snuck around and added my tag, clear as day, so no drunken idiots could claim the salvage out from under me, Freddy.
For the record, when I heard the marauders coming, I left. Trixie must have set her mark down after me.
But wait a minute, why didn't he set a mark down? We can drum our fingers thoughtfully. No speaking out of turn, but I'll allow it just this once.
I kept my mouth shut during his story. He should have the courtesy to return the favor. Anyway, that's my story, sir.
What mark did you leave on the salvage, Trixie?
I drew X in the dirt, with my toe.
What? Couldn't the marauders have walked over it by now? Or the wind blown it away?
Wouldn't surprise me in the least, but that doesn't mean it ain't mine.
In all my years, I've never heard a more contentious argument. I don't envy your shoulders for bearing the weight of responsibility.
Oh, such a tough one.
You've heard it from them both. So, who gets the salvage?
I get the salvage. Neither of these guys did anything. Like... What a colossal waste of time, we could say. These idiots don't know how to tag salvage, so I rule in no one's favor. Well, Lex told us that standing on top of the salvage and saying finders keepers would work as long as people heard it, but there's no one who was there to corroborate it. Do we really know that Freddy was there first? We don't. Do we really know that Trixie claimed it and tagged it correctly? We don't. So, I'm going to say I rule in no one's favor.
That ain't no kind of fair.
He ain't even from around here, Lex.
Here's a six-pack on the house, plus your fee. Maybe now we'll finally get some peace around here for a change.
I don't know. Does this happen often?
A little too often, if you ask me. But that's the sublight way. Anything worth doing is worth fighting over.
Glad to be of service.
Come and chat if you're ever feeling thirsty.
Oh, these poor
boss.
guys.
I was hoping for a scuffle. I had a bottle ready and everything.
Very diplomatic, Captain. Though fighting would be preferable to another conversation such as that.
Oh, would the other of options led to a fight? Oh, I missed the fight. That would have been fun. Are they mad at me now?
Trixie's a stubborn gal, but I love her to pieces.
Oh, they're in love.
Gonna puke. No, it went down. False alarm.
Oh, yuck. Oh, that's making me nauseous. Who's this? Bar patron, bar patron, bar patron. All right, well, I guess we got to talk to Lex.
Sorry about Freddy and Trixie. When they're not fighting over salvage, they're fighting over the bed sheets at night.
Wait, those two are a couple?
They like to blow off steam during work hours, but as soon as they clock out, they turn into a pair of kittens.
Wow.
Welcome to the Sprat Shack. First one's on the house, and I won't even water it down. What'll it be?
Hey. Whiskey, I'm feeling refined. Wine, make it purple berry. I'm in a chipper mood. Spectrum vodka. I want to see colors and lots of them. We'll go with whiskey.
Bottoms up. I assume you're here for salvage.
Oh, we could pass a lie check, but I can't. Doggone it. Actually, I came for a journal.
Can't help you there. This ain't exactly a library. Most of my regulars are sublight scavengers. They pick over the ruins of Gorgon, spend their earnings at the bar, and head back out the next day. Vicious cycle, but that's life. You're the first new face I've seen in a while.
You know anyone by the name of Lucky Montoya?
Lucky? Sure, I knew him. He could get a little dramatic at times, but he was a good guy. Heard he took on a dangerous job. Spent a lot of time coming and going from the Office of Creative Incubation, just down the road.
Why is she speaking about him in past tense, as if she knows he's dead? Office of Creative Incubation?
That's where the top rungers at Spacer's Choice came up with slogans and marketing. Lucky never told me why it was so important. Awful shame about what happened to him.
How does she know? What happened?
You really want to hear my story? Law, most everyone around here is sick to death of it by now. Last I saw of Lucky was a few days ago. I went outside for a smoke and a stroll, and I saw this wild canid dragging a bloody limb. So I kicked the canid, scared it off.
Go on.
Get this. The canid was chewing on an honest-to-law human arm. Lucky's arm.
How do you know it belonged to Lucky?
I'm a bartender. Attention to detail is my middle name. Anyway, the arm was clutching a phonograph that mentioned someone named Alex Hawthorne. I did some poking around, and this Hawthorne has a reputation among the salvagers who frequent the bar.
Ooh.
So I packaged up the arm nice and tidy and sent it care of the Halcyon Parcel Service. They even gave me a discount on the hazardous waste removal stamp.
Why bother sending the arm at all?
I figured Hawthorne would want to know what happened to his pal. Help Lucky get his affairs in order, you know. Oh, I hate to see people go with unfinished business.
The arm made it to me. I'm Hawthorne's next of kin, sort of.
No kidding. And now you're here? Colony feels smaller than you'd think some days. I'm glad I was here to see this confluence of events, you know? The stars really aligned on this one. And here I am, smack dab in the middle.
Where was Lucky staying?
3rd floor. Once I figured he wasn't coming back to pay his tab, I left his room unlocked to air it out. You can help yourself to anything you left behind.
Ooh.
Fair warning, I've been letting the regulars use it for a quick lie down. Just wash your hands when you're done. Trust me.
Oh, great. A quick lie down? Is that a euphemism? All right, well, what do you know about the Gorgon?
Spacer's Choice used to brew pharmaceuticals in these parts. That's why the asteroid smells like an old gym sock.
Ugh.
They say Adrenatime came from here, just down the road at the old R&D lab. Very hush-hush back in the day.
Would any of your regulars have more information about Gorgon?
Roscoe might tell you more. He spent some time around here before the bar opened up. And I trust him well enough. There's always Leonora, my favorite customer over in the storage room on the 2nd floor. Keeps to herself and always closes out her tab.
What's Roscoe's story?
He's been here since opening day. I think he told me he was some kind of journalist. He got left behind when Spacer's Choice pulled out. And I guess no one's coming to get him.
Why'd he get left behind?
He didn't tell me and I didn't ask. I'm his bartender, not his human resources rep. If you believe the chatter, a lot of good folks got left behind, and a lot of bad folks made it out. Sometimes that's all there is to it.
Poor bastard. You looking out for him?
Roscoe's drinks are on the house. We all know how it feels to get left behind.
Oh, that's good of her.
He'll be all right. He's with the family now, and we take care of our own.
Good on you, Lex. Well, what can you tell me about Leonora?
Nice lady. Been coming around a lot these past few months. She isn't with Sublight, but seems to know the lay of the land better than anyone. She spends most of her days drinking alone. I think she's looking to hire someone. If you're open to a side gig.
All right, side quests. Do you know if she spoke with Lucky Montoya at all?
Now that you mention it, I thought I saw those two sharing stories over a pint. Didn't think twice about it. I don't speak ill of the dead, but Leonora deserves better company. That Lucky was no good for her.
Thanks for the tip.
What are friends for, eh?
Already friends. And we were told not to trust anyone, and she's really, really itching to be our friend. Any idea why Spacer's Choice shut down Gorgon?
I doubt anyone knows the full story. One day the evacuation order went out. Grunts and lab coats scrambled to get anywhere but Gorgon. And the weirdest thing of all, Adrenatime still hit the market. Me, I never touched the stuff. To each their own, but I think it's dangerous.
Salvagers must be making a fortune off Gorgon.
Damn right we are. We've got drugs, scrap metal, prototype weapons, drugs, money, and more drugs. When Spacer's Choice evacuated, everyone dropped their gear and ran. Most of it stayed where it fell, and all of it is up for grabs.
It's a veritable gold mine.
Of course, the real treasure is whatever's locked up in the old facility. Until someone figures a way to crack it open. We're just sifting through dirt.
Well, that's it.
You got it, bub.
So, you run this place?
Yes and no. The Sprat Shack used to be a shipping and receiving warehouse during the old Project Gorgon days. When Spacer's Choice pulled their guys off-world, Sublight moved in to salvage what we could, and they put me in charge.
So Sublight owns the Sprat Shack now?
Yes and no. Rumor has it there's a Sprat wandering around the Groundbreaker, and he's the legal owner of the Sprat Shack. Hagen's idea.
Dare I ask why a Sprat owns this bar?
See, Hagen didn't want a paper trail that led back to her, so she gave the bar to the Sprat. If there were any legal problems with this place, the Sprat would do the time.
Most businesses in Halcyon are run by Sprats, but this is the first I've heard of it being openly acknowledged.
That's hilarious.
Hey, Sprats can be real dangerous. I once saw a Sprat cross a guy off. Well, not exactly. Guy I worked with choked on a Sprat bone while he was having his usual salt tuna for lunch.
Anyway, that's what the paperwork says. I don't make the rules.
How would you even know which Sprat is the right one?
Easy. His name's Matt.
Matt the Sprat?
The beautiful thing is, no one could tell Matt Sprat apart from an ordinary vermin. I think that's kind of the point, to send the authorities on a wild Sprat chase.
Interesting. What happens if Ethel Geibler turns him into Spratwurst?
Never thought about that. Shit, someone could have eaten my boss. As far as business arrangements go, this one's a head-scratcher, but they say it's all above board, so that's what matters.
Does Spacer's Choice mind that you're squatting in the warehouse?
Yes and no. We're doing a lot more than squatting. We're classing up the joint, keeping the riffraff outside where it belongs. They didn't even serve drinks until I arrived. Talk about wasted potential.
Can you answer my question without starting with yes and no?
Yes. And no. Again, that one was Hagen's idea. She told me that speaking in vague terms keeps you out of trouble. And I don't want any trouble in my place.
How do you get supplies in and out?
Thirsty people come and go from all over the colony. Mostly on the way to somewhere better. Some are well connected. And not everyone pays with bits. That's how we get the unconventional goods anyhow. Sublight keeps us well stocked with the essentials, by which I mean booze.
All right, well, how about a drink?
Name your poison.
All right, what's she got? Ammunition, a little bit of armor, Sublight work gear. So this is just good for boosting our tech skills. In terms of actual helmets, ooh. Sneak attack plus hack plus 5. Pretty cool. And then a lot of booze, of course, and consumables. Ooh, what's this? Canned meat. A few mods. These are all armor mods, looks like. That's about it. Well, looks like we need to go upstairs.
Who do you work for anyway? Auntie Pete? Mary the Sprat?
So this puts us behind the counter. I wonder if she gets upset if we pass by her back here. No? Oh, okay, she doesn't mind. So what's over here? Storage? More sprats. Goodness. All these sprats. Ooh. That's it. So a big chest we could steal from. All right, so upstairs we go.
No one's coming. Maybe this isn't it.
Groundbreaker never had bars this nice. They got balconies and everything.
Surprisingly, this place exhibits an aesthetically pleasing use of space.
Jerome would have loved this place.
Oh! Leonora!
You don't look like one of the salvagers, no? Don't really seem like the type. You've got the look of someone who's traveled far to get here and whose journey is far from over.
What makes you say that?
Confidence. The scavengers around here, they're faking it. You're the real deal. I don't know if you're bound for the old ruins, but in case you are, can you look into something? I'd do it myself, but of course, the Marauders would eat me alive.
I bet you could stand your ground.
Not for long. Looking for something out there. Been paying Sublight to help me, but they haven't made much progress.
This something must be valuable.
It is to me, but apparently it's junk to Sublight. My husband and I worked on Gorgon during the good times. Jerome was on maintenance duty. I cleaned out test tubes till they sparkled.
Where's Jerome now?
Nowhere good, that's for sure. In his final hours, Gorgon was a war zone. Violence broke out in the labs. The hills were full of marauders. You couldn't take a leisurely stroll without an armed escort. When the order came through to evacuate, non-essential personnel drew a lottery to see who would board the first wave of ships. Jerome won. I lost.
Uh-oh.
Soon as I wasn't looking, Jerome switched our tickets and pushed me to the front of the line.
Ah.
I got to leave. Jerome stayed behind. I never saw him again.
That was very noble of him, we can say.
That Jerome always chose the right thing, even when it got him killed. This place is greedy. Took my Jerome, and it would have taken me too. I just want one thing back. His old hip flask. I gave it to him the day we signed our marriage contract, and he carried it wherever he went. I know it's still here.
What do you think happened to Jerome?
No point in denying it. He died on this rock. Likely torn apart by marauders, unless he took care of himself on his own terms. I don't like to imagine what happened, but I know I have to accept it.
I could keep an eye out for that flask.
You'd really do that for me? Law, and I'll bet you're worth 10 of those Sublight sprats. I don't have much, but if you help me, there's a little set aside for the occasion. Jerome used to drink with his buddies in a small kitchen opposite the maintenance shed. Might be a good place to check first.
Okay, but I wanted to ask you something first.
Yeah?
Did you know Lucky Montoya?
That old flirt? Yeah,
I let him buy me a drink or two. He talked my ear off about exciting jobs he'd done. All lies, I'm sure. He fell asleep with his head on my shoulder. That man had baggage like you wouldn't believe. I didn't think anyone could be lonelier than me.
Wow. Was he depressed?
He put on quite a front, but I think he was weary. Like he'd seen too much and had too little to show for it. Guess we were kindred spirits in a way.
Shiny Pin says, "Hey Ox, take this and spend it on delicious scotch." Will do, my friend. Will do. Did he mention anything about the Gorgon research facility?
He bragged about having the key to some sort of maintenance area in one of the old buildings. I never saw it, so I just assumed he was talking himself up. He also asked if I wanted to see something gross and slimy he kept in his room.
Ew.
I declined, politely.
Jeez. Really? What a pickup line. Hey, lady, you want to see something gross and slimy in my room? Let me think about that. Thanks for your time.
Sure thing. My condolences if you two were close.
Oh, so she also knows that he was dead. Well, tell me about your time on the Gorgon.
The lab coats kept quiet about the project, but the air was charged with excitement. You could feel it wherever you went. I wanted to change the world. A tenfold boost to worker productivity with no side effects? Who wouldn't salivate at the thought? I don't know what went wrong, but when the shit hit the fan, it sprayed everyone in its path, including me.
Ew. Ugh, awful imagery. Okay, what's she got here? Earrings. Well, not about to steal from a widow who likely got those
that
earrings
last
from
drink
her
you
husband.
ordered had a punch to it. What did you say it was called?
Lunar Eclipse Mix. It's just pep pills and a 2-hour energy brew. My ex used to have them with breakfast.
Oh yeah. Whatever happened to that guy?
I broke it off. He wouldn't take his hat off in the bedroom.
Yikes.
Every time I see a Spacer's Choice advertisement, it's like he's staring at me from behind the screen.
That would be awful. Okay. Well, we could go up, but there's another room.
Huh, who's this now? Wonder if they could... Nah, who am I kidding?
Yes, Roscoe?
Holy shit, a fresh face. Haven't seen your like in years. Don't know what brought you to the most dangerous corner of this solar system, pal, but you're welcome here. Oh, you talked to Lex yet? She tell you to keep it civil? You wouldn't guess to talk to her, but that lady's got a mean left hook.
I talked to her. She mentioned you were some kind of journalist.
Some kind. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Got into reporting thinking I was gonna be some sort of public intellectual. What a joke. Spent 95% of my time playing stenographer to the board, and the rest writing puff pieces on the chairman's latest beard trim. Real life and death shit.
We can pass a perception check to say you seem like you're having a rough time. Can I help you out?
If you're going back out there, do you think you'd be willing to do an old bastard a small favor?
Helping out old bastards is 80% of my job. What do you need?
I prefer to think of it more as a way of life than a job.
Well, I've been trying to get away from this rock for 5 lobby-fucked years, but I can't stay gone.
Why's that?
Told you I was a journalist, right? I was here on a story back when Project Gorgon was active. I was doing an interview series for Spacer's Choice. Recorded them all in these little portable phonographs. But when everything fell to shit, Spacer's Choice wouldn't let me leave. Terms of my reporting contract unmet, they said.
We can pass a perception check to say you hid them and now you need me to get them for you. That about cover it?
Right on the money. Look at me, I'm no fighter. I've never even touched a gun. But you're just the right amount of rough around the edges. Help me get my recordings back so I can finally get the hell out of here.
Let's see. Why stash the recordings?
Someone had been trying to steal them since the day my assistant and I started interviewing. Couldn't even keep them in my safe. They always found a way in. So I took to hiding them all over the fucking asteroid. Thought I was so clever. What a fool I was.
Great, it's a scavenger hunt. You mentioned an assistant. Where are they now?
Oh, Georgie? Yeah, she helped me with interviews. A real whiz with the portable recorder tech, too. When things got crazy, I shoved her onto the last ship off Gorgon. With any luck, she's safe and comfortable in Byzantium. She tried every which way to stay, but it was my contract keeping us here, not hers. Didn't seem fair she'd have to suffer just because I made a bad deal.
Why not just forget the contract and leave?
Oh, I've tried, make no mistake. I've caught a couple of rides out with sublight folks, but the board's fixers always send me right back.
Ugh.
And I'm not about to stand toe-to-toe with marauders just to fulfill a line item on a contract.
Well, I don't do charity cases. What's in it for me?
I've got some bits saved up. Haven't had anything to spend them on but beer. And Lex has been letting me drink for free. It's nothing extravagant, you know, journalist salary and all. But the bits are yours if you want them.
Nick Barnhouse says, "Hey Ox, haven't caught a live stream in a long time and still have 2 more episodes of your Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough to finish. But here's an overdue tip and hope you and your family are staying healthy." Thank you, Nick, very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough. And welcome new member Joda. Well, it's your lucky day, Roscoe. I'll get those recordings for you.
No shit? That's downright civilized of you. All right. One of them I stashed in the Office of Creative Incubation, in the projector room on the 3rd floor. I gave another to my friend Birdie to keep in her apartment, just outside OCI's upper entrance.
Why there?
Seems like a good idea at the time. Someone had started a fire, folks were shooting other folks. It was a madhouse.
Got it. Next?
You'll find another in the chem lab. It's in the main lab storage room.
You ran all over Gorgon just to hide your recordings?
Didn't have much of a choice. The primals had gotten loose, couple of them were chasing me. The recordings just ended up wherever I hid.
All right, easy enough. The others?
The final one is in Human Inquiry and Auditing. It's tucked behind a pipe in Observation Room B.
The observation room? Wouldn't someone have seen you?
What with the test subjects running loose, the researchers were surprisingly unobservant.
Got it. I'll be back.
Strength to your sword arm, friend. And thank you.
Fantastic. Well, we've got a lot of quests. Can we track more than one at a time? Nope. So we got to get the flask. We've got to get the phonographs. And we got to pick up Lucky's trail. And for that, we need to go to the 3rd floor. Which we can do in just a moment, as soon as we finish exploring. Random bar patrons, lots of sprats in the sprat
What's the
shack.
story with this place anyhow?
Used to be a shipping warehouse. Supplies came in, deadly chemicals went out.
Who told you that?
I worked here back in the day.
You're pulling my leg.
Nope, it's true.
Right. 3rd floor.
What have you got there?
Adrenatime, I think. I found some in an old busted crate.
You're just gonna take some drug you found in the garbage?
It's not some drug. It's adrenatime.
I don't see a label.
If it wasn't safe, it wouldn't be in a syringe.
All right.
I can't argue with that.
That's logic. Imagine if we approached everything in a syringe with that philosophy. Oh. What's this? Is this my personal shack or? Hunting rifle hyper. 365. But I think, yeah, that's way better. Oh, but I can't get it in.
Sorry, I can't.
Workbench requires code to unlock. Oh, hello. Lucky's case notes. Day 1. Spacer's Choice may have left in a hurry, but they didn't forget to lock the doors on their way out. Most of the facilities are sealed up tighter than a top-runger's safe. Time to do some digging. Day 6. Caught a break today. Met a scavenger who claims to be a salesman for Spacer's Choice. Sold me a key to the Office of Creative Incubation. Let's just say this guy's about as lucid as a sprat in Rizzo's factory. But I'm spending Minnie's bits so I can afford to take a chance. Day 7. It worked. Clarence, mostly, whoever you are. I'm drinking to you tonight. Day 10. Olivia Ambrose's office and journal ought to be in Synthetics and Manufactory Center. The bad news is it's sealed up and at the ass end of the canyon. The good news is I should be able to open it from the Bigwig's admin terminal in OCI. Day 13. OCI is crawling with marauders, and I've got a few other leads to chase down. Could be nothing, but my gut tells me there's more to this place than a missing journal. Time to turn over a few rocks and see what crawls out. I'm leaving the OCI key in the safe. The combo is 4815. Preserved eye. A carefully preserved eyeball, mostly intact.
Hey, marble. Oh, wait. Nope, that's a human eyeball.
If I'm not mistaken, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, that eye might be the key Lucky mentioned. What strangeness have we involved ourselves in here?
Retina scan. Tactical shotgun 2, $6.95. I think the one I've got, way better. Terminals blasted out.
Someone's in here. Oh, lol. It's coming back up again. I'm all right. That last one really emptied my guts. No, wait. Here comes more.
Gross. And that's just a disgusting bathroom. All right, well, we've got the code with a key now, the eyeball, to get inside.
So how you...
Where we need to go. Julian Z says, Ox, jump up the conveyor belts in this room. Don't forget to crouch. Shoot. I caught that comment after I left the room. So which room were you talking about? I don't see a conveyor belt here. No conveyor belts in the bathroom. It must be downstairs.
Quietly now.
You, my friend, are in a glue. What say we find a better spot to drink? Somewhere with less history.
Lost Hope comes to mind, but it's a little out of the way.
The joint on Groundbreaker?
Oh, what is this? Overheat. Wow. Level 25, heavy weapon. Energy weapon, plasma damage. 1788. Wow, that's better than his Raptidont. Sweet. We'll give him that. Same damage type and everything, just way better. Cool. Thank you for that. Smuggler's note. Sullivan, you were right about this place. I got a lead on some pricey merchandise, and all I had to do was put my ear to the ground. Apparently there's a mine shaft down the road past Human Inquiry and Auditing and due east. Used to be an old dead drop, but no one goes there anymore. Wonder why. Would be dangerous, but what kind of scoundrel would I be if I let the goods sit there unappreciated? Come and join me when you read this. I won't wait for you, but I'll bet there's more loot than I can carry by myself. Jennifer. Vladimir says, Ox, does that eyeball room have a message board? I don't think so. I think we left all the message boards behind in Witcher 3. Thank you for the tip, Julian. I see. And that appears to be it. Cool. All right, down we go.
Hopefully, following in Lucky's footsteps doesn't result in us sharing his fate.
Who knew what darkness lurked in the heart of Gorgon? Captain Hawthorne and his crew were about to find out.
I'm so glad we decided to keep Felix with us. Okay, so the one who walks away from Gorgon takes us over there, and that's quite a ways away. Let's see. Here's all of our quests. The Electric Fling takes us up there. Let's do that, since it's closest.
Something made a mess of this place. Watch your back, boss.
Will do. What's that? Force field. Let's see. So we need to get up there somehow. Let's see if we can do it from here. Okay, all right. Heavy weapons +5. Cool. $52, and that's 92. And that's 69, so that's way better than either of them. Let's see, he's got 38. Yeah, let's give him... Well, he's already got 59 in armor, so let's give this one to Vicar Max. Perfect. That's 62. Medical plus 3. Oh, I can't open it because of lockpicking. Oh well.
Nicely done.
Level 28 plasma carbine. I don't think I need that. Yeah, that's my long gun. My plasma launcher. I could get a... Oh, that's a level 34. 595, 466. So the one I've got is better. Hey!
This is so stupid. Georgie, you asshole. What are you doing? Hey, you got those drinks? Don't tell me it's Glacial Age again.
When did you become this picky? Beer's beer. Hey, what are we celebrating anyway?
1 year on assignment. Only 10,000 more to go.
No shit. And that makes it 1 year trapped in this goddamn closet.
1 year getting chewed out by Olivia Ambrose for doing our jobs.
1 year drinking stolen beer.
And 1 year as partners. In crime. Partners in crime.
Hey, you okay? Your face is all red. Let me get you some water. Hold on.
Partners, Georgie? Are you out of your mind? Get it together!
So Georgie had a thing for Roscoe. And I think Roscoe might have had a thing for Georgie as well, which is why he put her on the transport out of here. But now he's stuck here and he can't get back to her. Wonder if that unlocks any other dialogue with him. We can find out when we next go back to him. Oh, hello. NTVUR. What is that?
This unit is currently in wait cycle. Please return later.
We could scream in mortal terror. Or we could kick it.
Error. Tilt alarm engaged. Entering emergency reconciliation mode. This unit will now engage... Oh, calamity protocol. This unit is currently in wait cycle. Please return later.
Oh, okay. Let's scream in mortal terror.
Feeling a little rough around the edges? Try a soothing antibiotics cream and wipe those scream lines away. Have a better than natural day.
And he gives me a facial mask cream. Lovely. I wonder if we can activate this guy somehow. Holy cow, I'm just getting all sorts of stuff.
Impressive, as always.
Glad they're giving me the ammo here before I get into trouble. Right. Well, there are a bunch of pods over here. Let's see what we can find.
Well done.
This is why I like Max. He's really impressed whenever I pick a lock. Is that it for the pods? Looks to be so. Got a couple of drones here. Delivery drones. This one's wrecked. Okay. Well, problem. we have force fields blocking our progress over here. That's kind of where we need to go for the portable phonograph in this sector. So, our only path goes off that way. Which means we may need to track a different quest. Elevator discovered. Oh. Remodeled low pressure helmet. 51. Right, we got to get these force fields down. No Name says, so about that upcoming Minesweeper stream. Did I ever say I was going to do a Minesweeper stream? I don't think I made that promise. Well, looks like we need to go down here. The Electric Fling. Oh, it's the same quest. Ooh, there's this. Love is the plan is death. Let's track that one. So we can go down and through there.
I have your back, Captain. Show him how it's done! Got him, boss! Watch this! May you find peace in death.
Love the Victor!
Felix needs your help! That's the last of them.
You alright, Felix? Hey, buddy, sorry. Crashed ship discovered. Hey. Let's see. All right, so this crashed ship is between two paths, and looks like they both lead to the same path. So we'll go down the southern one because that's where we can find the drinking spot. All right, let's see. Is there nothing with this to do with this crashed ship? Can we get in there or anything? Doesn't look like it. David with a tip. Some extra loot for you. Thank you very much, David. Okay, up here, I guess. Looks like this leads to a little town or camp on a bluff up there. This must be an elevator. But then, could this bring us down here as well? Let's see. Okay, there's the drinking spot.
Here we go! Toss ball kick!
Down I go! Shoot! Let's try my shotgun for that. What's my heal button again? Is it F? What's Q? Oh, that's Adrena time. Is that a sprint? Z.
Sorry, boss. I can't do that.
All right. Let's try rushing.
Always wanted to go strolling.
Heads up, though!
Not getting through. May you find peace in death. Working! Nice hit!
Well done. We're still alive.
We are! It pays to remember how to heal yourself.
Where'd we leave off? Oh, yeah. Always wanted to go strolling through a ghost town.
This place is steeped in desolation and despair. The natural habitat of marauders.
So philosophical, Max. Oh, I didn't need that. All right, so this is where we came from.
Quietly now.
Ah. $17. Ah. I've got a ton of ammunition for this shotgun. I don't think I'm ever going to go out. Right. All right, so we came out here. That's the quest destination. We cleared this shelf over here, which leads to a staircase going down. That brings us deeper in over there. But first, let's go clockwise and loot over here. Door blocked. All these doors appear to be blocked all the way around. All right. Well, let's try going up. Ooh. Hello. All right, this building first. Note, readable. Letters from Edgewater, one of 3. Dear Cousin Dan, Reed Thompson started doling out adrenatime to a select few of us, and guess who got his hands on the first batch? Isn't that the drug you're working on? I had my dosage this morning and worked straight through lunch. The guy who cleaned Saltuna across from me is pulling his second shift, and now he's due for a 2-bit raise. You should see what he can do with a scaling knife. Don't forget to write back. Maybe get me the Moon Man's autograph when you've got a minute to spare. A drug that improves worker productivity. Letters from Edgewater 2 of 3. Dear Cousin Dan, adrenatime really leaves you wanting more, doesn't it? We got through the first batch fast, but lo and behold, Reed gave us more in recognition of our exemplary work ethic and unwavering brand loyalty. How about that? Still no letter from you? I've been feeling a tad queasy lately, but I'm sure a little adrenatime is just what I need to shake it off. Write me back. How are the sunsets on Gorgon? Do you get sunsets? And the final letter. 3 of 3, Cousin Dan. Reed stopped giving out the stuff. Law, damn it. If I can't get adrenatime from him, that makes you my only source. Don't you string me along. Can't work, can't sleep, can't even think straight. Give it over. Send me everything you've got now, please. Also, are they hiring? Ooh. Sad business. So these were their worker tenements. And most of the doors are closed. There it is. The engraving reads, Jerome, cheers to the beginning of forever. Love, Leonora. It smells of decent whiskey, cheap cologne, and old cigarettes. You got it. So this is where he holed up after he pushed her onto the ship. We find all this adrenatime on the ground. Perhaps that's how he died.
This is my second month on adrenatime. It's like the color came back. Like I was tuned to the wrong band all this time, and now the static's gone. I'm finally clear-headed, focused. There's so much I'm excited to do. I feel like me again. Side effects? I guess I've noticed people staring at me a lot more lately. Hard to talk to them sometimes. Feels like they don't get it. Maybe they just don't trust it. Or maybe they don't trust me.
Paranoia. Ox, there's a journal downstairs somewhere. Is there? Or did you mean the journal I just picked up? I'll move downstairs and check it out. I want to see what's on the rooftop of that building. We saw that ladder. But this appears to be it. We don't find a journal in his shack. And we did find those 3 journals downstairs. Were those the journals you meant? Because I don't think there were any others, but I'll keep looking. Yep, 1, 2, 3. That's it. Those are those 3. These are all locked off. Then there's this. Oh, it just puts us out on the other side. Can't get that. Here it is. Here we go. Jerome's journal. Day 0. Ship just left. Law bless it for getting Leonora off this blasted rock. Etheridge called me a fool for giving her my trinket, but Etheridge is a dumbass. So what does he know? I'd do it again in a second. From now on, my only goal is survival until Spacer's Choice comes back for the rest of us. Elle, my heart, I will find my way home to you. Day 1. Some of us sheltered in the mines last night, taking turns keeping watch. I don't care to imagine what happened to the others who aren't here. I can hear marauders screaming in the hills. Day 2. Used a little adreno time today. Not much, just enough to stay alert. Lucky I did, or we wouldn't have heard those mantisars coming in to get in time to get the hell out of there. Going to search out a different cavern to shelter in tomorrow. Day 3. Mine's not safe. Law damn it. Shouldn't have gone in there in the first place. I think we were exposed to something in the air, maybe. Day 5. Most of us made it over to the apartments. We're packed in here like salt tuna for now, but hopefully we can get a few more units barricaded and sealed up tight. Make them safe so we can spread out a little more. Day 6. I went by Elle's and my old apartment while hunting for supplies and stashed the flask she gave me on the day we signed our marriage contract, just in case something happens and she comes looking. Maybe she'll find it, even if she doesn't find... Well, that's if some shiftless looter doesn't find it first. Day 7. Carlson's been short with everyone today. Carlson! Most days you could drop a flange wrench on her foot and the woman would apologize for being in the way. But for a minute there, I really thought she was going to stab Simon. Day 8. Ambushed by marauders in the night. Had to use adrenatime again to keep awake. Sorry, Elle. I didn't have much choice. Even with the adrenatime, I almost can't believe I outlasted them. Next time, maybe best not to think about next time. Day 15. Started to think we were spaced, but can't think like that. Gonna get back to you, Leonora, I swear. I miss you like breathing. Low on adrenatime. Gonna go look for some more. Day 22. Elle, just gotta get back to Elle. Day 34. Etheridge stole my muck apple. That void-forsaken sprat sack. Want to unzip his arms off and beat him with them. I could do it. He sleeps. So weak, so stupid. Stupid Etheridge. Day 42. Where in the system is Spacer's Choice? Where are those blasted ships they promised they'd send for us? Did they forget we're here? Makes a man wonder. All my loyalty, and for what? Only loyal to Elle now. Day 46. Maybe they abandoned us. It's on purpose. I know it. On purpose. They left us here to die. They left us here to die. Day 49. If Etheridge steals what's mine again, I'll end him. Day... Oh! Day... Oh? How long does it take to send help? How long? How long? Come back and face us, you cowards. Spacers, cowards. Day !+ L. I feel sick because trying to picture Elle's face and I can't anymore. Forgive me, Elle. Day blah 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 blah. Etheridge is dead. He deserved it. Day out. Day lol. Do we tell her how her husband ended up? Oh, God. Well, okay. This is a fast travel marker, so we could go back here to give it to Elle. Let's do that really quickly. Turn in that quest since it's just one of them.
Who knew what darkness lurked in the heart of Gorgon? Captain Hawthorne and his crew were
Well, this poor lady, her husband went mad on adrenatime. I'm sorry, Leonora.
You find anything out there, you let me know. I'm ready to get off this rock.
We missed this one earlier? Okay, what brings you to Gorgon?
Looking for something out there. Been paying Sublight to help me, but they haven't made much progress.
This just goes through the entire dialogue tree again.
Well put. My husband and I worked on...
Know anything juicy about Project Gorgon?
That was above my pay grade, but it didn't take a genius to figure out the higher-ups were working on something big. Months after I got out, I saw the advertisements for Adrena time. I just knew. This is it, Leonora. It was all for this.
Where were you during the bad times?
Getting the hell off Gorgon. In his final hours, Gorgon was a war zone. Violence broke out in the labs. The hills were full of marauders. You couldn't take a leisurely stroll without an armed escort. When the order came through to evacuate, non-essential...
We went through all this.
You're a quick study. This place is... I
think I found what you're looking for.
That's it, all right. Law. Still smells like his whiskey, his cigarettes, and that awful cologne he bathed in every morning. Here. I saved up for this, just in case I needed to go out into the ruins myself. Truth be told, I'm glad I never had to use it. You didn't happen to find anything else out there, did you?
Oh, we found his journal. Oh, so how do we deal with this? 1, I found his journal. He went mad after the evacuation and became a marauder. 2, there's no way of knowing what became of Jerome. Sorry. 3, lie, I found Jerome. Looks like he died peacefully. 4, I didn't see your husband. It's always possible he made it out. 5, what I found doesn't matter. Gorgon is the past. You should look to the future. All right, well, we're not going to lie to her and tell her that it's possible that he's still out there or that he died peacefully. Would she want to know that her husband became a marauder? Well, we'll let her know that we found something, but that she shouldn't dwell on it, and we'll choose number 5.
You sound like Jerome. And if he was here, I'd tell him he sounds like a damn advertisement. But that's comforting in a way. Thank you for the flask. Jerome and I were supposed to live and die together, but sometimes fate has other plans. Time for me to get off this rock. Memories hang around here like a bad smell, and I could use some fresh air.
This is what he wanted. Go live your life.
Those were some real nice words, boss. I just hope she'll be all right.
It may seem kinder to not burden people with the complete truth, Captain, but I do not believe that is truly the case.
Yeah, I know, Max. But she knew that her husband was dead. Did we really have to add to that and tell her that he had become a marauder as well? Wait, now why are we encumbered? We're carrying a bunch of stuff we don't need. Oh, Medal of Honor. This is what we got. A long gun. Level 28. It's an assault rifle. Wow, pretty good. That's my sniper. Let's try it out. I don't need this. Let's break it down. Or that. Hunting rifle hyper. Rapted don't. I could give that to another companion. Plasma carbine ultra. Don't need that. Pulse hammer gold. 317. 358. That's much better. Well, let's give it to him. Ooh, and that's better too. 317. Yeah. Sentry Saber, 467. Don't really need that. And that's 476. All right, well, we don't need that. Let's break that down. We can't break that down. Or we can from here, yeah. And these are special items, so I don't want to lose them. I should store them on my ship. Actually, back to where we were. Well, we can't fast travel from here, can we? No. Okay, so we were on that upper platform where we found the flask. Let's finish exploring it first before we move on. It looks like there is another path that leads down here, but we're not going to take it because that skips all of this. So let's finish exploring up here at the Gorgon ruins, and then we'll move back down to the elevator and continue clockwise. Man, none of these terminals are working. Bummer. Ooh, 768. That's better than his. Huh. Pulse hammer gold. Guess we don't need that now. All right, so this is what we explored. We would have come down here. So this is where we appeared when we fast traveled. So let's go over here. Ah, can't walk over there. Invisible wall. Okay. Wait a minute. Two paths. Am I confused? I must be confused. Did we come up from that edge? All right, let's go over here first then. See where this goes. That goes south. That's where I didn't want to go. Because we're going to find a way to get there eventually. So let's go up here. See where this goes. Transmission Tower Alpha. Ah! Logs. Quitting time. We've been through a lot together, old friend, but they just blared the evacuation order. Guess that's the end of Gorgon. For the record, you're my only comms tower in the whole system. I'll never forget you. Love, Technician number 13, junior grade. He fell in love with his comms tower. That's great. Well, crap. Fancy seeing me here. The last escape shuttle left a few of us in the dust. Never seen anyone lift off in such a hurry. We scattered like roaches. It's every man and woman for themselves now. You're still up and running, I see. Looks like only one employee left with their tracker flipped on. What a rube. Signing off. For good this time. You take care of yourself, comms tower. Don't forget to stand up straight like I taught you. Best. Technician number 13, junior grade. Return to root. Is that it? Just a love letter to the comms tower? Is that the entire thing? That's it. That's ridiculous. All right. And that looks like it. I can't interact with anything else in here. And is there a way up? Because this is a really tall tower. But looks like there's no way up there unless I can find a ladder around the other side. No. Oh, hello. Man, Adrena time is all over the place. This is how people ended it. Okay. So, comms tower explored. Tenements explored. That goes south, which means we need to go this way. But first, let's make sure that we're tracking the right quest. We could do... All right, so we need to get there, but we don't have a way yet. Oh, although there is a bridge here. Maybe that's how we get there. And then once we get there, we can go around here. Oh, nope. More Adrena time. Sprats everywhere. Hey. Getting all sorts of mods. One of these days I'll have to sit down and go through all the mods that I've been collecting.
Here they come! Got him, boss! I've had quite enough of you!
Heads up, jackass!
A bit too late on that one.
You guys see that?
Yes, that was great. Good job, Felix. He's really proud of himself. Lots of boxes over here. Ooh, staircase to heaven. Well, let's see. Wait a minute. I've been here. Oh, so this is where that went. Gotcha. Kieran says, "Hey Ox, shoot sprats for XP." I mean, if we had Jonathan here, he'd probably be hungry for some sprats, but I mean, Jonathan's not here, and do I want to waste the ammo? His body parts are just scattered all over. What's this? Security Blade Ultra. Frida. Let's put on my lock-picking outfit. I still can't do it. There's an infested fletchet gun in there. Dealer's stash keycard. So I can open it with a dealer's stash keycard. Frida. Why is there a name Frida here? Well, now we know what to look out for. A dealer's stash keycard, if we can find it. Anywhere. Right, so this takes us across that bridge leading up here, where we do have that one quest.
I heard stories about Spacer's Choice running some old operation out on an asteroid. Never imagined I'd see it for my own self.
Spacer's Choice wouldn't abandon such an expansive and expensive operation without good reason. Or in their case, a really bad one.
Well, this is where he hid one of his notes.
All right, hushing up.
Ah, I'm encumbered again. I think I'm probably carrying armor that I don't need. Like that. Lockpick 5, I could use that. Tech skills 5. Two-hand melee. Tech skills 5, level 17. Dodge 5. I don't think I need this. And what's this? 515. I don't need that. So we can break down. Okay. Oh, a cave. A cave off into the hills. Cave off into the hills before we go to the elevator? Sure. Let's see what's up there. Quick save. Oh. It's a side entrance. Doesn't appear to be inhabited. Huh. Is that the key to getting that door open? Because it's sealed now. Vodka. Can't interact with that. And that just leads out of the room. So... I'm thinking there may be something along this path that we can use. Birdie's research site. Hey.
Strangest place to set up a workstation.
Pick up the exhilarating adventures of Archibald Excelsior, issue number 3. Oh, here we go. Did we miss the other ones? A comic from the cult classic Ace Exterminator series tragically canceled after its brief 4-issue run. Scribbled in felt tip on the comic's spine is the word "and." After pacifying the canid threat, rejuvenated hero Archibald Excelsior is deployed to the subterranean metropolis of Hephaestus to quell the rise of supervillainous a cappella band, the Sprat Pack, when a new foe arrives to stop him. Oh my God. Buff Hardman, acquisitions agent and super dark reclamation, will stop at nothing to acquire Hephaestus Mining's productive corporate enclave for his shadowy shipping concern. When Excelsior interferes with Hardman's plans to mind control the Sprat, Hardman turns his dastardly mind control ray on Excelsior. With our mustachioed hero free his mind from Hardman's power, or will our mustachioed hero free his mind from Hardman's power with his newly healed heart intact? Josh says, Ox, I'm pretty sure those are famous last words. It doesn't appear to be inhabited. Q, jump scares imminent. Haven't played the DLC, so no spoilers from me. Well, we'll see as we continue to explore. Virgil's sharp datapad, Birdie. Law damn it, Birdie. What'd I tell you about pestering Maurice? He is not interested. If you scare him off the project, you're gone. I don't care if you're my kid's sister. We need his research. We don't need you. Got it? Good. I took a look at the preliminary schedule you sent over. You got all the tasks tracked, but the timing is off. For one thing, you have me finishing the metal casings fabrication after the packing is supposed to be complete. Find me at my workstation in the mines near OCI when you get off shift. I'll go over the rest of my criticisms in person. By the marvelous mustache of Excelsior, Gil. P.S. How long do we have to keep saying that? It's ridiculous. So the rest underground, it looks like. Okay. Well, no way to jumpstart that to open the door. I think we just need to go back around to the front. Because that's sealed. Right. Back around to the front.
Try me. Done.
Everyone all right?
Oh, man, you guys tore it up while I was down there wasting time. Wow, not bad.
You're an
Enduring
artist, Captain.
cards. All ranged weapon skills +5. Pretty cool. It's 5 pounds, though. So that just leads to the door that we couldn't get through from the inside. Looks like the Marauders completely missed. Requires HIA passkey. Okay. So we already found a way to get in there without the passkey. But I do wonder where the passkey is. And I want to know where that smuggler key is. Well, we're back at the force field. That we saw. That leads to the elevator. No way to turn it off from in here. Ah. Here we go. Okay, so, but that just unlocks the elevator over there. There's Birdie's research site. So it's in there. HIA facility exterior. And we still don't have it yet. Maybe we have to get a key somewhere else. HIA passkey. And this one is sealed. See, that's what I was thinking, that we could use something in here to knock it open, but it doesn't look like we can. We can't interact with any of the consoles here. None of the terminals, none of the machinery. Looks like we just got to get the passkey. Right, we'll keep going then. And with that, we've explored all this area and can now go south across the bridge.
Here they come! That's one down!
Okay. Everyone appears to be none the worse for wear. Can't open that. Ooh, how do we get in there? Ah. Oh! Gorgon security checkpoint key card. Oh, but I don't need it. Hey, I used a lockpick. All right. Maybe in here we'll find one of the other key cards that we need. Letter from Frida Weber. Officer Olson, I'd like to follow up with you regarding yesterday's chat. Now, this could be a whole mess, or this could be something we resolve quietly to the mutual benefit of both parties. Here's what I'm going to do. I've enclosed the key that unlocks a safe you'll find behind a wall panel in my room, in which I most certainly do not store that stockpile of Adrenatime some hullhead tipped you off about. Maybe some of that supply, which again I must stress does not exist, goes missing from time to time. It happens. There's quite a lot of it. And who's to say I count doses that carefully? I get new deliveries in all the time. My perfectly legal, non-Adrenatime-related business provides a valuable service to my customers, who benefit immensely from a product otherwise tied up in too much legal red tape like testing phases and human safety. Should my operation be permitted to continue as before, I'd ask that you hold onto the enclosed key for safekeeping. I think that would prevent any future issues between the two of us, don't you? Kindest regards, Frida Weber. Hey, pickup dealer's stash key card. We got it. All right. Now let's go get the stash. And then come back to finish looting over here. But that means we got to run all the way back over here to find the room with the blasted out door. Oh, am I over time? I forgot to check. I've got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Well, that's just enough time to find the stash. Where was it? It was one of these blasted out pods. There we go. All right, 43 Adrenatime. And the infested flechette gun. Whoa. What is the infested flechette gun? It's a shotgun. Level 26, but only 1,091. Yeah. Proof you should always maintain your weapon with Spacer's Choice brand cleaning agents, because it's infested. I mean, it looks fun, but it's not better than what I've got already. The tactical shotgun is still better. Oh, now I'm encumbered. I've got all these gold weapons. By 2 pounds. 2 pounds. What can I get rid of? I need to go back to my ship, really. Let's get rid of 2 pounds worth of junk and then store everything else on our ship. None of this is really very heavy. That stuff is heavy. There we go. Well, hate to leave all that there. All right, let's go back to the... actually, let's sell some stuff. Let's sell some stuff, and then we'll go back to the ship and drop off a bunch of junk. Then we can end the broadcast. Oh, wait, no, there's a merchant over here that's easier to get to. Instead of having to go down an elevator for it. Get rid of food, Ox. Yeah, you're right. I need to get rid of food. I will. Ah! Oh, come on. All right, where is he? There he is.
Is that what my thoughts sound like? Law, I've been standing near that alarm too long. Hey again, stranger.
Because I turned it
What
off.
can I get you? All sorts of salvage and weapons. And plenty of.
Sell all junk. I'm going to sell some of my aid. Oh, wait. No, he doesn't buy consumables. Oh, wait. No, I can sell. Here we go. Let's go to consumables. Do I need all this pasta? There we go. We'll keep all that. Then back to the ship. Oh, come on. Lore in Lucky's room on wall, says Fonzie Capybara. All right, thanks for the tip. I'll have to get it in my next broadcast because I'm out of time, but don't let me forget. Okay, let's get rid of all these mods. Store them for now. And then let's store all these other weapons that I don't really need right now. And some of this armor. Heavy weapons 5. I don't know if that's rare or not. I need that. Don't know if I need that. I haven't needed it yet. Probably don't need that. That's sneak plus 5. That's dialogue skills. Well, it's £1. Let's store it. All right, let's do a hard save. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for Peril on the Gorgon. This is a really fun DLC so far. I'm eager to learn the rest of the story. I'm going to have more live streams throughout the week. I'm trying to get back on my regular schedule after the hiccups from last week. And so probably expect to see me do a live stream tomorrow at around 10 o'clock. If that changes, I'll let you know on Twitter. So follow me on Twitter where I do all of my updates. I know Josh wants me to do some Terraria for Rage 2. Or Terramania for Rage 2. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do this. I'm not sure yet. Find out by tuning in tomorrow. Otherwise, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you soon with more lore videos and more live streams. Thanks again for coming. Bye-bye now.